Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And we are live and ready to go for some Titan Conqueror League semi-final action on a wonderful Wednesday evening. Good evening. I am Isaac. Alongside me tonight for this matchup is going to be Ozzy, and we bring you Syndicate Catgirls versus XSV Gluttony. What promises to be an exciting matchup with teams that have some pretty iconic names for around this ELO bracket, Ozzy.
Yeah, Syndicate has kind of been heating up as we've moved on through this playoff bracket for sure. Even though they dropped the one game in the regular split, even, really hasn't been a problem for it. But both teams tied up match score wise. But again, I've had the pleasure of watching Syndicate Catgirls, I think, more often than not. So I think they're looking to be a force to be reckoned with here, especially if they can keep playing as well as they have been. Now that being said, Watercat kind of been the star here for the Catgirls. I think is of course probably one of the best mid laners we have in this league, if not the best. So just gotta keep an eye out for him. Excessive Gluttony, they have people like CZI, who of course no stranger there. But already, a lot of bans coming through. Silas Jungle, I think, is in a great spot. So cover banning that. And of course, the respect ban towards Watercat's Vigar makes a lot of sense. And you can, of course, ban Silas from mid as well. That's where he was initially from, as they are going to first pick Malphite, which is also another reason why they're going to pick Silas, or ban Silas, I suppose. But of all first picks here, in game one, are we really sold that it's Malphite is the answer? I don't think so.
I'm thinking it might be a Malphite jungle. Discrepancy really popped off on this in the quarterfinals as well in that game 3. So it's a very distinct possibility. But if you're talking about iconic champions, obviously the Veigar was banned away from Aqua Felice, but Syndra also getting locked in very quickly for Syndicate Catgirls. One that's, kind of hand in hand. And you think of Aqua Felice, Syndra is immediately that other champion you associate them with.
Yeah, if it's a control mage, maybe besides Anivia, I'm sure Watercat can play it. Orianna, though, being paired with the Malphite is actually quite spooky here, I think, for Syndicate. So far, they really don't have a great answer into it at the moment. Maybe potentially a Xayah here. Honestly, I would really like to see from Excessive banning away Xayah. I think, you really do want to connect another backline and well, I don't think Xayah is the strongest champion. There's one thing she's really good at, and it's self-peel, thanks to Featherstorm. So, I think, getting rid of that. Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
There it is, yeah.
Syndicate kind of just banning things that are annoying into the Ornn. Can be, I guess, you know what? I will say this. Earlier this week, I actually had a Wukong top swap with their, jungler, so maybe some spice here for Catgirls. I doubt it's going to be. I doubt it's going to be.
With the orange showing, that would be pretty crazy.
I doubt it's going to be. Hey, Orc Juggle's pretty. Orc Juggle's, got buffed too. Has like a 3-minute clear.
It did. It's not the worst, and in terms of getting picked and Jin getting locked for the side of Syndicate Catgirls, but I gotta feel with how prevalent Wukong has been in the jungle all year. It would be certainly a choice for the Catgirls to move Wukong top, but as we get through the picks here now, Karma getting locked in for the side of XSV Gluttony, looking to get some push down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, you have some decent poke here. Depending on how Varus wants to itemize with Gwen, you're the pressure on killing the Ornn is significantly lower, so you don't necessarily need to go on hit this game. Nami, I think, is a pretty standard answer, like Fire Forget answer. Pretty good with just about any champ. Like basically top of B tier, low of A tier with literally any champ. And of course that goes up and down depending on who she's with. But pretty consistent. Now, I'm curious how it is going to perform into something like the Varus Karma, because Karma has been getting more and more prio throughout this year as some of the more engaged champions that are decent into her have been getting nerfed. And she remains untouched. And Karma, shielding right now is really oppressive, right? Because it is basically forcing your opponents to build into Serpent's Fang. But if you look at the side of Syndicate, they really don't have a great Serpent's Fang builder here. Unless Wukong wants to kind of just sack his build path, which would be a bit unfortunate. But I am excited for Excessive's comp here. I think they have a really solid comp. Maybe a little bit less excited about the Varus, but outside of that, I think they have a fantastic comp.
Yeah, it's really well-rounded on the side of XSV Gluttony. On the side of Syndicate, though, a lot of burst coming between the Syndra and the Jhin, a potential target that if you lock someone down, if you spot out XBKP or Spaghetti gets hit by a Deadly Flourish, the layering of the damage on top of that would pretty much instantly delete any of the carries that get spotted out, except for maybe CZI, because, you know, Gwyn is immune. But in terms of the bot lane, you're talking about this Nami and the Jhin, and it is an older combo. It is one that we don't see all so often these days, but one that has been played way back when, because you just press E on Jhin when he got his 4th shot loaded up, and then the 4th shot does some pretty crazy damage. It allows him to get that extra move speed to be able to weave in a few of these really big auto attacks as well. So it is one that I'm always excited to see pulled out, especially these days, because we just don't get too much of it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Nami is... I feel like there's, like, so much more Enchanter prio, like, in Emerald, or, like, I guess this is technically Diamond, but, like, you know what I mean.
It's a D4 cap. I mean,
you know, like, yeah, but you know, don't look at the players as op.ggs.
yeah. Don't tell Sims. Don't tell Sims I said this. Sims. But even though it says D4 in
might as well be a Diamond
Discord,
League.
it's basically a Diamond
League. Might as well be a Diamond League. Anyways, yeah, I mean, yeah, like there's a lot of Enchanter prio, but I feel like Nami doesn't get picked all that often for whatever reason, considering outside of maybe Karma here. Because you should be playing her as an Enchanter. She's infinitely more, like, stronger as an Enchanter than she is as a mage. In the support role. If you want to run her mid, then have at it. Build AP all you want. Like, that's, you know. But like, they'll pick things like the Milio, which really is kind of like meh. They'll pick things like the Lulu, which doesn't really have the best time depending on the matchup or, like, what she's partnered with. Like, do you really want to give Jhin Lulu? Like, no. I think Milio would have been maybe interesting here, but you have to stand close enough so you're kind of in, like, kill range of, like, getting ulted by the Malphite, maybe getting shockwaved. It is good into the Varus, though, but still, yeah, I don't know. I do like the Nami champ, so I'm happy to see it come out. Although a little bit disappointed, like, maybe, again, they do have a lot of CC looking at the top side here for Syndicate, but maybe a little bit better, more confirmed CC would have been gone a long way here for the Jhin. I know it is a bit difficult to play into Karma. You know, you're gonna have to deal with poke, but that's just how it is sometimes. But they could have played it like Leona. They could have played Nautilus here. You probably couldn't get away with playing Rakan, maybe a little bit too squishy this game. Alistar can't play level 1, so you might as well just FF at that point if you pick Alistar into Karma. Or at least that's how the game's going to feel, unless Karma makes a massive mistake. So, I don't know. I think there might have been better picks here, but I'm not going to stress about it too much, because, you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to the hands, of course.
Yeah, and this Nami is, in fact, one of those champions that D-Shot did pick in Game 4 last week to get them to this point. It was a very very well-rounded team performance there in their win over Elysium Supermassive. And in terms of the enchanters that D-Shot plays, Nami is like, as far as what I saw, the like main one that they go for. And so as we've loaded onto the Rift, I mean, King Heron, he's not respecting the truce in the mid lane. Oh no.
Hey.
King Heron, I
Hey.
don't know, man. Yeah, we can't be having that. That's
messed up.
Yeah, it is messed up. That's
messed up.
See, this is the level of respect you want to see between, especially top laners, the dance off in the river. Now this is what we look for. So yeah, no, King Heron. I don't know. What do we remove him from the game? Do we need to report?
We need to rule book. They might need to lose a couple bans for that, honestly.
Yeah, that's
defensive ward though, because I guess this Malphite may or may not try to invade the chickens, which is a possibility, but not this game. Will be blue buff start, so both junglers pathing the exact same way here. Wukong may be a little bit more favored in the early 1v1s, especially now, or in the early skirmishing, I should say, is a better term. Because it is face rush Malphite, it's not that PTA, which has been kind of climbing in popularity for Malphite jungle. As, you know, I don't know, I think I want to see this Malphite champ succeed, right? Like, I want to see him in the jungle, like, pop off, but in reality, I have not seen it win. But, you know, you said Discrepancy popped off on it, so I'm excited.
Did. Yeah, last week was definitely a big part of our own victory. I was about to say the comeback because Nubly had also played it previously in their own reverse sweep. Both wins on the Malphite coming in game 3 specifically. It's a little bit of a fun tidbit for both these teams. But hold on, it's a good Deadly Flourish finding its way down onto Spaghetti. It's a bit separated from AVI. And that's a really good trade going the way of Syndicate Catgirls.
Yes, it is. But most importantly, this Forest has Longsword start, which is very atypical. Nice Mantra Q coming out of AVI here. Yeah, just a very atypical Forest start. We'll be poke Varus, but like at the same time, like Blade is just so much better. I guess I suppose you slow down your build path by like 450 gold. Oh no, I'm sure it's fine. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean the extra health pots. Yeah, I mean Doran's Blade's typically the way to go. In general, speaking.
I mean, now that it has like the physical like spell vamp as well, it genuinely is just a better for like starting item, right? Like you're playing poke forest, so you're not going to be auto attacking that much, but like you are getting value and like healing when you're hitting Qs, etc. So, and little fun fact here: Doran's Blade actually has more Omni Vamp on it than fully stacked Riftmaker does. There's your little tidbit of trivia.
Oh. Well, that is this is why I need to read numbers a lot more, because as you said, the fun fact of the trivia, but we've got a bit of a tussle here in the mid lane. King Heron getting very low. It's a good scout of the week from Og for Lee to try to get the Wukong away, but King Heron tries to go back in. I don't think that's what you wanted to do. Og for Lee did his best to get his jungler out, just to decide that he didn't want to go out, and that's first blood to XSV Gluttony.
So tries to turn around on Discrepancy there, but I don't know. Really, like questionable play. Barrier coming out from Madge. Mantra Q will hit in the bot lane, but if you're going to flash, why not just flash to safety? Like wasting flash there really does not feel well here for Syndicate, but it is Discrepancy getting on the board early. CZI now forced to Ghost to wait.
Yeah, he's going to get that extra move speed. King Heron doesn't look like he wants to give this up just yet. Going to drop one little auto attack on CZI. We'll get the Ghost out of the Gwyn, but that is still a relatively short cooldown, so not the worst thing in the world for CZI.
Yes, I mean, yeah, taking Ghost so you don't get ganked by Wukong who just died is definitely worthwhile. especially as Gwen. You definitely do not want to die at all in this lane. You do scale in the Ornn. The reason you counterpick it is not for the early game, although it's doing quite well in those early stages of the game, as the Ornn will finally catch up in CS. It was just 2 CS difference, very large here. Very large difference in this game, obviously, at 5 minutes. But no, in reality, right, CZI has been playing this matchup quite well, because it's very easy to get bullied out by the Ornn, as Drake gets started up here. Any contestants coming through, though. So, yeah, it is really easy as Gwen to get bullied out by the Ornn, because the Ornn has so much base damage, and you kind of need some items before you can start killing him. ABI.
Yeah, he's pushing up. Maybe they're pushing there a little bit too much, but they're quite all right. Dodges out the Deadly Flourish, so he's okay. But if you're talking about this Gwen v Ornn matchup, and the thing you mentioned with the Gwen is that it is for a bit later, and obviously CZI does have that scaling available to him, especially in the side lanes, because it doesn't look like to me that the later this goes on, there's not a lot that Syndicate Catgirls have to be able to answer a late game Gwen.
Yeah, they really don't. Your best bet is probably going to be Syndra at the end of the day. Jhin can outrange it quite hard. I think one of the struggles for Gwen this game is getting outranged, as Malphite might be paying a visit to the bot lane on the bounce.
I mean, he does have the level 6 available, so it would be a very ambitious move to try to find Madge or D-Shot. But yeah, just going to start up the recall, and I don't imagine they're going to push their luck any further unless D-Shot, unstoppable force comes through, finds his way onto 2. The burst is there. Spaghetti's killed. Madge not long for this world. It's 2 kills in the bot lane for XSV, Gluttony, and the Feats of Warfare as well.
I mean, really nice patience from Discrepancy. Will get invaded in this top side, but at the end of the day, you're getting your poke Varus accelerated here. 2 kills now to this Varus, and also look at the CS difference already. We'll be able to crash one more wave. Jhin probably won't miss too much out of it, but still, the CS growth continues here, and only the blue buff is gone. So, really, really sick play coming out of Discrepancy pathing-wise. You're losing a blue buff for, 600 gold, essentially. And last time I checked, blue buff doesn't give that, so very well worth your time there.
Yeah, and it was very good patience as well, and almost maybe a little bit unfortunate from Madge and D-Shot, because Discrepancy's recall was very nearly finished by the time they started walking back forward. But close only counts in hand, she's in horse grades. We got to fight in around the grubs. King Heron going to pop the Cyclone, going forward down onto Avi. Gets that first count, and now Discrepancy is isolated from the rest of their team. Aqualis gets VKP on the side. Discrepancy flashing away is out, but Spaghetti now is the target of the Catgirls. The barrier is popped, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Double kill for Watercat, and the follow-up from King Heron gets 3 for the side of the Catgirls. And a really good fight, a really good way to turn things around for Syndicate.
Yeah, something that has, been the strength of Catgirls is just how good they are at team fighting. But again, when you don't have that Malphite ultimate, which is your only engage tool in this comp, you need to respect your opponents. They had every single ultimate available, and sure, you had numbers advantage, but your Varus is not going to do consistent damage. He's a burst champion, or a poke champion here, as Madge might actually lose this 1v2.
Yeah, it's not a 1v1 because Spaghetti has arrived, and the slows coming through from Avi are going to get Madge very low. One more auto attack is all Spaghetti needs to be able to level up the kills once again.
Yeah, nice play here from the spot lane of Excessive, but again, excessively playing on this Grubs here, unfortunately. As this Wukong with the ultimate, paired with the Call of the Forge God, right? Cyclone Call of the Forge God is enough CC, and they were actually able to lock down BKB to just...
Discrepancy has access to the unstoppable force, and it lands its way onto Aqualis. King Heron going to do his best to follow up onto BKP, get him low, but he may have gone a bit too far. He's slowed up by so many different abilities that are available to excessive BKP. I don't know what you're still doing here. The cheese wheel is enough to be able to eventually get the kill onto King Heron, and they won't lose BKP in the process, but still very daring all the while. We go to
Oh, the
bot lane.
damage.
That's a very low D shot, but a lot of damage comes back down onto the Varus. The shields are enough to keep him alive for a little bit. Shutdown goes to the side of Maj. Fourth shot gets a double kill for Maj.
Yeah, some mess here in this bot lane, but going after the Nami, who does no damage, might not be the right choice. Turns out not to be here for excessive, as they weren't actually even able to kill D-Shot, you know, fast enough. They utilized the Chains of Corruption, and it still wasn't enough damage to get it down, even without heal. Like, D-Shot does not have heal available for that play. And weren't able to find the kill onto Nami early, but Match able to pick up 2 kills, so kind of stabilizing here. CS lead here for Varus is definitely shortening, as that's something you'd like to see. Is the second Drake does spawn in here, Isaac.
Yeah, we've got a lot of movement towards it, especially from the Catgirls, who have committed everyone from the bottom half of the map to this location. The curtain will be called down on Spaghetti King here and gets the first kill. AVI slowed up, stunned by the Scatter of the Week, and the teleport comes through by BKP into the middle of everybody. Shockwave hits all 4 members of Syndicate, but there's not really enough damage to follow up. King Heron gone very low. Unstoppable Force finds its way onto the Wukong, but he's still alive for now. Discrepancy going to get that kill with an empowered auto attack. The Forge God will be called down, will be able to secure the kill onto Discrepancy. BKP and AVI very low. Nubly flashing forward, using the Bellow's Breath to secure that one. And XSV have to lick their wounds as they back away from the Drake.
CCI won't really get anything done in the top side either. Really interesting teleport cover with BKP, but it does ultimately work out. Again, XSV is just kind of like getting caught out. Like, they are kind of going in one by one. Will be the Mountain Soul in this game, which is going to be quite fantastic for either side here. A little bit better for Catgirls, just due to the burst. That is kind of the win con here for excessive in majority of the fights until the Gwen can actually start, you know, doing things. But really, Spaghetti getting caught out early means they don't have their AD carry to kind of poke down, burst down. Nubly.
Let's go forward on to Spaghetti, and Ornn has very high base damages. We'll get the Ghost Blade popped out of Spaghetti, funnily enough. But not going to be all that much trouble here in the bot lane. These health bars are still relatively fine. As soon as those spells are gone, there's not much the Ornn can do in terms of damage. So just a little bit of a little tickle between champs here in the bot lane. Spaghetti doing their best to slow down the recalls of Nubly, making sure he can't get back on the map anytime soon.
Spaghetti double cancel so far, as now will not have the range to cancel this one, surely. Not without dying for it. So we'll be Nubly finally resetting here. And now look, the Ornn actually has a CS lead on CZI, even though CZI did not teleport down to this play. So Nubly on the sword. Something I think kind of goes under the radar when you know there is an Ornn in the game is Ornn is also a scaling champion, right? Needs the XP to start printing out his artifacts for his team. But right now 1-0-4. You know, pretty good impact so far in both team fights that have happened around both of these objectives. But again, something excessive hasn't really done yet, and this is kind of a complaint I mostly have about these style of comps, like the MF comps, like these comps, is you need your abilities to kind of all be around each other and be up at the same time. But again, we actually see it here in the mid lane. They do force out Watercat's Flash with the Stoppable Force. BKB.
BKP gone very low. Cyclone going to finally land its way on.
Oh, nice flash.
It's gone
low,
the
shield
gone down, but it will be immediately traded back between BKP and King Heron. I'm going to go 1-for-1. And no smite on the map for Syndicate Catgirls won't matter too much, as well there's not really anything to take.
Yeah, but is giving your flash over for a 1-for-1 even worth it as a Wukong? Because you won't have that for an objective, right? Like, sure, you know, you'll be alive, but you won't have, like, your flash engage tool here from your Wukong. Still have some decent tools around you. Scout of the Weak stun can play such an oh-so-pivotal part here. CZI, though, also just down a level somehow, which is less than ideal for sure. Herald here is started up.
By XSV. I'm gonna look for way in. You talked about the flash earlier that King Heron used for the 1v1 will be a little bit more difficult to get in, but the Forge God will be called down. Won't be able to get the second cast of that, getting canceled by CZI. Nubly in trouble. The Herald will go the way of the Catgirls as the focus was on to Nubly. So a trade for Herald for a kill in and around the Baron pits will ensure the Catgirls will get a charge of that, get some extra tower damage down on the side of XSV later on.
Yeah, excellent route there on call of the Forge God. Fight was looking maybe a little hard for Excessive, especially with no Shockwave, but they pick up an easy kill in trade for the Herald. Ideally, you would have really liked to pick up that Herald as Excessive, but, you know, it could have been much worse as XBK kind of just standing around this tower trying to chip it down slowly but surely. As now in this bot lane, right? Like, again, my eyes are on Spaghetti. Had a phenomenal performance earlier on. Kind of been tossing some kills back, which is, you know, expected. Mistakes are bound to happen. Can't play perfect 100% of the time. Just ask Jovi.
Dang.
Too soon? Too soon?
No, I'm not a GG fan. That's pretty funny statement to have there. I'm pretty sure with how popular they are, at least somewhat is in the chat, so that might have hit home for quite a few people. But it is true, admittedly. But anyway, focusing back in on this match, we're still relatively even here at 18 minutes. Nothing really to separate these two teams by any wide margin, but with Drake getting started up by XSV, will now move back to the mid lane, not taking the Drake to answer this Swift Herald, and Deadly Flourish finds way down onto Discrepancy, but he doesn't take all that much damage. Unstoppable Force comes forward. Gwyn is immune, denies the CC from the tidal wave, and it's traded 1-for-1 for now. The teleport from Nubly. CZI doing a decent amount of damage onto the King Heron in that previous fight. Deadly Flourish not quite hitting Spaghetti. Nubly still going forward. Will get snip down to about half HP. D-Shot going to have to flash away, save as Nubly from a shock wave that threatened the lives of the remaining members of the Catgirls. But a 2-for-1 going the way of XSV means that the move straight onto the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, can't be potentially stolen here if they want to give their lives over. Will not, so. Great play from Excessive. One thing that really aids their comp is having the river control, right? Like, walking into a poke bars is very difficult. Walking into a Malphite with ultimate is very difficult, as we saw there. Sure, Discrepancy goes down for the cause, but CZI able to pick up a kill there. And they pick up the Drake, so this is the first of the mountains getting picked up here, leading towards the Soul. As BKP is kind of just clearing up this mid wave, but yeah, fantastic play. Again, a little unfortunate that BKB wasn't there to kind of link up with the Malphite, like Unstoppable Force, because if it was, right, they can't flash while they're knocked up. So it would have been infinitely more damage, and they just win that even more decisively. But the Catgirls kind of need to start showing some better team fighting here. I think Kang may be getting a little bit ahead of himself in a lot of these plays, pretty over-eager in this game one. Could just be game one jitters, though. Maybe some excitement, want to try and move yourself to the grand finals. It's, you know, understandable, but does need to kind of just dial it back in, because so far for Excessive, he has been their kind of like go-to person to pick out or kill, right? Like, he has 5 deaths. He's the most deaths on the team, by a minimum of double. So, granted, 5 is really not all that crazy.
Yeah, and actually, I've noticed something that has piqued my interest. If you take a look at the inventory of Maj, It's a bit of a interesting choice. Before we get to that, Call to Forge
flourish.
God will come through. CZI Snip won't quite hit Noobly. It may have been enough damage if it hit that sweet spot in the middle, but instead, it will just be one kill to the side of Catgirls. But hold on, straight over to the mid lane. Spaghetti could be in a little bit of trouble. Cyclone finds its way down onto the Var. So's a second proc of it. King Heron going to be able to get that kill. BKP taking quite a bit of damage, getting scarily low, but there's 3 members of XSV here in the bot lane. Tidal Wave will be called to get Discrepancy a wave, and Scattered Wheat gets a lot of damage in help with the turret, is able to get a kill for Aquafelis, and now Syndicate Catgirls, with all the kills that they've gotten, move straight onto the Otacon, and there's not a lot that XSV can do to stop this.
Yeah, there's not enough, and Spaghetti gets baited by the most common things of AD carries dying in the mid game, and it's called the mid wave. No ward here, but yeah, fantastic play from Syndicate. As I was just talking about, you know, kind of a little bit backs against the wall here in this game 1. Able to find a fantastic play and pick up the Atacon. And the biggest factor, right, is when their team is split, their team is really not that good. Like, you need to be playing together outside of maybe the Gwen, but the Gwen getting taken down for her hubris trying to kill the Ornn. Thanks to the assist coming through from Madge on the Jhin. Again, the biggest factor is XSV. You're drafting a comp that has to team fight, play around as 4 or 5. But when you're split up like this, you are just going to get punished, right? Like, Syndicate, if you're looking at specifically champion strength on its own, are so much more stronger by themselves than your champs are as a whole. So you do need to kind of, again, play as a team and pull yourself back in it. It's not over. AdCon is not the end of the world, as what was once thought. Man, you remember the revive AdCon at the start of the year?
Oh my goodness, that was it was one of those things that was like, right, it was like, okay, well, the last few times we tried adding objective revives in the game, it didn't work out. But what if we did it again? Have you considered if we made the same mistake for a 3rd time? Perhaps things will be different, but yeah, no, obviously Otacon not quite back in those days of I guess glory, if you want to call it, not nearly as effective as it is now, but still gives you quite a bit of extra combat power as well as experience. Going to be feeling quite good for the Catgirls, especially as they sit around 3k gold up, now 3.5k gold. So they're doing quite all right. Maybe doing.
Oh, look at the wraparound.
Going to pinch down.
Oh,
but
the
it's
damage
good.
zone.
It's unstoppable. Force down onto Aquafelis and D-Shot. Shutdown goes the way of Discrepancy. Starting out this fight in very favorable conditions for Gluttony. King Heron trying to go deep down onto BKP, but might have gone too far. CZI going to get the kill onto the Monkey King. AVI gotten very low, but Noobly doesn't do nearly enough damage on the Ornn, so he's in full retreat. Going out to flash away from CZI. Will be able to get out, but as you were saying, Ozzy, XSV need to play as a team to win these fights, and they do so there.
Yeah, I mean, great play from Excessive. It did not look that great because, like, you know, Heron was actually able to turn around and find, like, a decent flank angle, but it's still not enough. You need to respect that Malphite will ult your most stacked portion, and when you're stacked up 2 on 2, it is unfortunately going to be you getting basically one shot there, because it is Malignant Skarma here, talking about her build path. Not a fan, but that's okay. It did a lot of damage, so it did pay off in that instance. As they do pick up the bot tower as well. So Soul Point here over to Excessive. Now they are playing on this one tank, kind of one engage comp, as it is basically the Malphite. The Gwen gonna get the second most value out of the Soul for sure. Just due to the fact that she is so skirmishy, wants to, you know, she is more of a bruiser. Man, I do not miss Assassin Gwen at all, thankfully. Thankfully that is gone.
What, you mean you don't like it when Gwen presses an ability and it hits you in the middle of it and your whole health bar is gone, even if you're like a full tank build. No. That's
I
crazy. What do you
unfortunately don't really
mean?
like ranged Gwen. I don't like the fact that, you know, she's gonna ult you and, you know.
Yeah, that is well, the past is the past because CZI is now here on 2 items. Does get a decent amount of healing as well with on 2 items. AVI could be in
Nice
a ton of
sidestep.
trouble. Good sidestep out of the deadly flourish, and now Tidal Wave comes
There's a
down.
lot.
Only find its way onto Discrepancy, so they will get the flash out of the Karma, but they won't get any blood going their way on the side of Syndicate Catgirls.
Yeah, they get a flash, so Karma won't have flash for this Drake, but utilizing quite a bit back themselves. Will it get punished? In this state of League of Legends, probably not, but at the end of that, you know, they can find a window here where Cyclone is down, Curtain Call's down, no Tidal Wave as well. Discrepancy might actually need to ult himself to safety. Never mind.
No, he's fine. He's fine.
Should be okay. Just walking around, trying to clear out some vision. A little bit unsafe there. AVI will now do so alone. Here, as no one's really going to step up. But yeah, overall, game has been really close. In fact, we're tied up in kills. It's about 1,500 gold here. Just a smidge more for Syndicate. Yeah, -1. Very important. I mean, we honestly, if you look at the Ornn artifact upgrade there, it's actually going to be the rapid fire upgrade for Jen, which is insane. That's insane.
That is in fact a choice. I'm pretty sure it doesn't give extra range on the energized attack. That'd be a fun thing to do if it did, but I'm pretty sure the ornaments these days just give a little bit of bonus stats. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I do miss the old ornaments with their own like special like names and stuff. Gosh, I can't remember any of them off the top of my head. They were, I thought they were kind of fun, but either way, getting locked in here for the next tricks they talked about, spawning up in just over a minute. It is soul point to the side of Gluttony. They are, however, lacking in 3 outer towers, which does allow Syndicate to push forward a bit more, able to secure extra vision in around these objectives, notably the Drake as well with the way the map is shaped.
The thing is, I think that Excessive are fine giving this Drake because, like, Syndicate are really going to be in this position where they have to, like, kind of confirm this Drake for themselves because you don't want to give over Mountain Soul. And they, you know, Excessive, though, can also kind of force this in their hands to either set up a trap, which may happen, as they're going to go for it.
Push there. Discrepancy walking forward, just dropping a few empowered auto attacks to get some slows down onto Kang. But not committing the unstoppable force just yet. Curtain will be called, and so will the Forge God. Second cast lands down onto Spaghetti. He's gone low, will pop the barrier, but the target is now Discrepancy, who immediately goes down first. King Heron finding the low Spaghetti. Cyclone sets up an easy kill onto CZI as well, or AVI. Wrong person around. Either way, there's only 2 members of XSV Gluttony left alive. It's a really good pick in the mid lane for the Catgirls. They look to move over to the Drake, spawning in 10 seconds.
Yeah, fantastic play. I don't know what Discrepancy is doing. Yes, you're a tank, but you're not that tanky. And again, this comp that is so dependent on the team being there, once again, gets punished for the team not playing together. As now, the Drake will be denied. They don't even have the Baron play. I was like, man, this is going to be such a smart play from Excessive. Give this Drake, or put the pressure to, like, of them to walk into you at the Baron. But instead, it's neither. Discrepancy just says, I'm going to go do 10 damage to this Wukong, and dies for it. And Spaghetti will die to it as well. As Gwen, surprised not actually confirming this tower. Wave will get it, but regardless, would have made it a little bit faster. Doesn't really matter. It does get the reset coming out. And again, Excessive really now on the back foot. Gold lead will go up to about 3k. So still minimal. Game is pretty roughly even. But yes, this Malphite might be tanky, but you will die to the Syndicate squad, and the silent scaler, per usual, is going to be Watercat. Already has the Rabadons with, you know, the upgrade to
No.
Rabadons as well,
Yeah.
so even more stats as
Gonna be
excessive.
doing quite a bit of magic damage. Chains of Corruption finds its way down onto Nubly. Very early commitment for that Varus ultimate on the side of XSV. They're not going to have it, but luckily it is a very short cooldown. I mean, immediately it's already a quarter of the way back and ready to go up once again. But I mean, giving over the Drake as well in that sort of fashion also alleviates the pressure for the Catgirls as well. As now, I mean, there's still another 3.5 minutes until the next Drake spawns, and they don't really need to worry about any other objectives going down because it's only this Baron up and available. They don't really need to pressure too much. Of course, right as I say that, Conqueror getting autoed, kind of getting a little bit fancy there, a little bit spicy with his movement, but is all right in the end. Yeah, so no more secondary pressure on a potential soul point. Conqueror going to again maybe try to get a cheeky little ult away from Discrepancy, make them commit a little bit too much on side of Gluttony, but very good patience shown by Discrepancy on what looked to be isolated Wukong.
Yeah, a decent attempt, but Wukong pretty slippery champ himself with the clone. And also is very tanky here, but look at this drop in tempo. They very easily could just start up this Baron right now if they want to.
Recalling, he has no teleport.
Yeah,
So
let's see what happens off of it. Like, I don't know, I think Excessive might have lost sight really what their comp is about. As, yeah.
Oh wait, the curtain will be called. BKP in trouble. Curtains will claim the mid laner of XSV Gluttony, but that's going to be a very low awkward release. He goes down immediately, not without the trade over by Madge and the rest of Gluttony. They get the 1 kill onto the famous Water Cat. But they will only get the one, losing their Varus, their Orianna in the process. All their damage is gone, and so Syndicate Catgirls turn straight onto the Baron.
I literally just said that, you know, maybe lost sight of what their comp is supposed to do, and that explains it right there, right? Like, individually, your team is not strong. Syndicate now able to pick up the Baron off of that play. You know, they trade over Watercat, but who cares really, because you get the Baron and you win the fight so handedly. And now, Syndicate will grow their lead to a very sizable one now. And that's not even factoring in the Atacon they picked up earlier, or also the ornaments coming through. As we are getting a little bit festive here. Ramping up into the holidays. As, yeah, you know, like, look, ornaments are out on every single person.
Speaking of, with ornaments and the holidays, do you think Orin gets stronger in December? The more, like,
no way.
They get put up on trees.
No way. Anyways, the Orin has, has ornaments out on every single person on Syndicate at this point. So, yeah, they have a lot of extra added gold value that Excessive are missing out on. Discrepancy looking, but a nice bubble. Oof. Yeah, I mean, this is a problem for Excessive, right? The Gwen really can't do anything, is completely outranged. Sure, it can take care of, like, the Ornn, but you're never getting on Jen. You're never gonna find Syndra unless Watercat does something really egregious. That I think Excessive, if they don't win this fight, this game is over.
Now they are trying to set up a death bush. Conqueror going to be the first one to take alongside Nubly. Unstoppable Force goes forward, finds its way onto 3, but there's no real follow-up on it. Conqueror gone very low. Will use the Cyclone and the Clone to get out. Nubly pushing for it. Awkward Felix now getting the first kill down onto CZI. Nubly is so tanky as he pushes forward, forces the side of XSV away from the rest of their team. Madge gets the kill down onto the Karma, and it's full retreat for XSV as they lose everybody. BKP, the only one left alive for Gluttony, but there's nowhere to go. It's an ace for the Catgirls, and with that, they push into the mid lane. They have the wave to go to get game 1 here in the Conqueror League semifinals.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually end. It does look pretty promising here, Isaac, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, again, Discrepancy finds a good ult, but where's the shockwave follow-up? It's nowhere. BKB is so far away from Discrepancy. And a costly misunderstanding of their comp loses them game 1 here as Syndicate, showcasing why they've made it so far. And that's just due in part how good their team fighting actually can be, even though they might have had a little bit less damage coming through, able to pick up game 1 very handedly.
Yeah, they very patient, really capitalized on a very disjointed XSV Gluttony. They were unable through the later portions of that game to really link anything together. And by the time that they started to group up, there just really wasn't enough gold in their bank to be able to really capitalize on anything. And so Syndicate Catgirls very comfortably take game 1 here. And yeah, I mean, if things pick up like that, they've gone from one strength to another. They looked very shaky early on in their series last week against Fools 5 Royals, but ever since they lost those 2 games, the first 2 in that series, they have dominated the next 4, and they're looking to continue to do so here in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think also, interestingly enough, right, so Madge having a bit of a problem in the early game here, dying twice pretty early on. But that's the only 2 deaths he had the entire game. So, you know, Watercat might be the star, but in this game, definitely Jin coming through here for Madge, I think, kind of my MVP in this game 1 is really playing well. I mean, Heron had some great moments, but again, also the most picked off member, which did lead to some problems, right? For
early
Syndicate
on there was
at the end of the day. I think Nubly as well, had some great Call of the Forge Gods early on into the game that kind of set up Syndicate as well. But again, excessive, just not understanding what their comp is supposed to do. Again, can happen to anybody. It has happened on the pro scene as well. Like, it's not like infallible. So excessive, kind of back to the drawing board, as we still have a long series ahead potentially.
Yeah, we've got a potential 5-game series coming up here. It's a best of 5, so there's plenty of time for XSV Gluttony to be able to turn around, but it's a very strong first performance from the Catgirls. We have to wait and see what changes Gluttony look to go for in game 2, but we're going to send it to a break, in which we'll be bringing you said game 2 when we come back. All right, we are back and ready to go for game 2 here between Syndicate, Catgirls, and XSV Gluttony. After we were just looking in, if you're following the series or the league as a whole here in the Titan Conqueror League semifinals, you would have note that the TMG Demon Hunters somehow pulled off a comeback up against Syndicate Shadow in what was a really... it is probably the most Demon Hunters way to be able to play that game, but it is the most Demon Hunters game I've possibly ever seen. But focusing back in on the series that we are presenting to you in front of us, the Catgirls, or I guess Syndicate as an organization, having a little bit more luck here in this series. The Catgirls is definitely looking very good in that game 1, Aussie.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you. I think Madge having a phenomenal performance on the gen. Again, I think Herod kind of needs to dial back some of the over aggressiveness, over eagerness, I suppose, here in this game. But that's okay, because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is getting the Nexus explosion at the end. So you'll take that every single time, even if Heron dies 80 times due to over eagerness. But again, same bans so far coming out from Excessive against, you have the Silas ban, you have the Watercat Respect ban on Vygar, and it will be J4 here. So, again, I think Excessive, they had a great comp last game. The only issues, they really only had one mode of engage, and it was really, oh man, come on.
Oh, gosh.
Man, we just saw this champ. This champ is good, though.
Yeah.
Smolder's in a good spot right now. With other AD carries getting nerfed, right? We are kind of nearing the end of the year, so kind of the playing field of AD carries or like the meta, things tend to start to get more average. Like things start to get way closer in terms of like level comparatively to how they start off in the year. So Smolder gonna be able, but the tried and true method of just slamming Jinx every single game that you can will return in this game too for Excessive.
Leading it up with the Milio is sorry, it sounded like that was the end of a statement from you, but leading it up with the Milio is it's a classic Jink combo from earlier on when Milio first released. It's really nice to be able to get that extra attack range on the Jinx. But following up, the response is the Nautilus for the Catgirls as well as the Victor for Aquafelis.
Yeah, I mean, again, Watercat has been very comfortable in this series so far, being able to play the Syndra and now into the Victor. Not a lot of pressure on the Watercat just yet, but what I was going to mention about Milio is blind picking Milio can be quite disastrous for you because there's a lot of champs that are fantastic into the Milio. In this game, we'll be the Nautilus, so you don't get the most value out of your ultimate just yet. Yeah, I mean, again, I think picking, like, I'm never really a fan of picking your support early. I think there's, support counterpick is so vital. Because imagine if this is a Braum instead of a Milio here, right? Like, you shut out, like, the Nautilus, right? Like, yeah, again. So, I would have much preferred the Braum, or just not picking your support early, but it will be the Cho'Gath. Now, if we're really looking at things, Cho'Gath is just a massive health pool for Smolder to stack off of and majority of the fights before he gets his 225.
Talking about massive health bars in the top lane, Scion lock in for the side of Catgirls. So the amount of the health pool available for these two top laners is only going to increase as the game goes on. But the Viego going to be the jungle pick late on here for the Catgirls.
The thing that's shocking me the most is Cho'Gath is a Scion counter, so I'm not... Okay, we're just R5ing Rammus in game 2.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, I've got something real fast. Hold on. I'll be right back.
We're gonna wait while he's gone. Not sure. There it is.
Let's go.
Oh, we got the Rammus plushie.
We got a Rammus plush. I didn't know I would. I never really have this on hand because Rammus is never played. But I mean, we're being completely honest. Rammus is still definitely an odd sort of pick, especially as the R5, but I mean, I guess it's the Viego. You taunt him, you do some self-damage back.
Well,
Maybe?
yeah, I mean, it's also not that bad into Smolder, because it's not like Smolder does damage on his auto attacks off his Q, and he can't Q when he's taunted, so the issue is you have to somehow get on top of Smolder this game, which might be a little bit of a struggle. We'll have to see, of course, as a nice little early game coming through. Also, this chroma for the Smolder skin is actually elite. Discrepancy, what happened to your health bar? Looking like you took like the glass cannon augment and ARAM mayhem.
I'm guessing it was probably walked forward. Noobly was there, decimating smash, charged up, and then you get an extra auto attack down. A bit more importantly, though, than the semi-low health bar of discrepancy is more than enough time to be able to recall and get back to his waves. Are these two very aggressive wards from the side of Syndicate Catgirls completely just visioning out the jungle of Gluttony?
Yeah, this is something that Catgirls has, utilized quite a bit in their games, so not at all surprised to see it come out in this one. As probably a slower start here. We got some scaling lanes here. Smolder versus Jinx. You got the Scion versus the Cho'Gath. So again, pretty scaling for both of these. And you also have Victor versus Wei. So I'd expect this game. Oh,
I mean, you could talk about expectations being calm all you want. Immediately in the bot lane at level 1. It's a dredge line that lands its way onto Spaghetti, and immediately the exhaust and ignite will be used by both supports.
yeah, just trading of the combat summoners there. Nothing too massive. But Prio will go towards the Jinx, which is expected. Rockets being able to clean up the ranged minions very quickly is quite nice. Now, again, we should expect some scaling here. It should be a bit of a slower game. I think this Viego pick can be quite interesting, Isaac, because, again, when we see Viegos, the one thing they want to do is they want to find one person and start their reset chain off of that. And they do have quite a little bit of burst here to get that going. But if they land onto the wrong person, or the Viego gets taunted by, say, the Ramesses, Noobly.
Yeah, Noobly's taking a tower shot. And actually a little knock-up landing for CZI. He'll do his best to shield himself. Going to flash away. Decimating Smash will get the knock-up and the stun. But the flash response from CZI. He'll find the CC. One more auto attack is all he needs. First blood to CZI at XSV.
Not quite sure what's happening there. Looking like a Bin Rek'Sai play there. But, yeah, not really sure what is going on. Trying to proxy through the tower while tanking tower is probably not ideal, but it is Scion. So let's get our expectations back on track. Like, one death Scion is still Scion. So don't like freak out that that's game ending or something. But it is interesting that he opted to counterpick himself. Like I was really shocked by that. Like, it is a really difficult matchup for Scion because you can get canceled out of your decimating smash so easily. Between the silence and also the knockup, and then you have Vorpal spikes coming through from Cho'Gath, which does max health damage. So yeah, maybe not the best matchup here, but CS lead for Noobly nonetheless.
Yeah, and Scion is still Scion. It's still one of the more premier top laners in the game with how incredibly tanky he can get with the bonus health on his W that he eventually scales up on. But likewise, CZI will be doing the exact same there on this Cho'Gath. Getting his little his feast stacks up. Getting the extra bonus health, which can also, as things go on, can very easily translate into a surprising amount of burst damage with the ult.
Yeah, it can indeed. Now, eyes are on the Smolder stacking. Already has 25 stacks, as you can see off of the explosion there on the minion. Nice hook.
Oh, but before we get to that, it's a good hook down onto AVI, who's burning with the ignite. But Spaghetti does well to return some damage down onto Mash, just waiting any all in onto his support. And so AVI is fine. We'll just look to recall as a result.
Yeah, nice hooks coming through already from D-Shot. D-Shot, I would say, actually had a pretty great game one as well. Landing some crucial bubbles. And some good tidal waves in the game. So, yeah, I mean, this Catgirl squad, I do oftentimes say that, the star is Aquafelis or Watercat, right? Like, he is such a good member on the squad, and this is why the matchup is a little annoying. Even without that, like, you have so many good, like, members here on Catgirls. Like, D-Shot is such a great support of the elo. Madge having his, standout performance last game on the Jet, doing top damage even, in a game where realistically you probably shouldn't have even been able to walk up and ever auto attack safely. So great play from there. First V stack will go towards CZI off of a cannon.
Yeah, looking to get that extra health available. I'm talking about this Catgirl squad as a whole. You're right. I mean, they are just kind of stars of the Emerald Elo bracket, but as you gank towards the top lane, King Heron looking to find the gank onto CZI, but it's a really good knockup to slow down the advance from the Viego. So CZI gets out without really too much trouble.
Yeah, nice Q there to slow down the Viego just enough. And, nice kickback as well onto D-Shot. Still in hook range.
He's getting very aggressive with it. I could always threaten a way in, but no ignite, no real ways to really fully burst things down just yet. The Smolder obviously needs quite a bit of time before he can really start to get online. Famously the 225 stacks when he gets the execute. But for now, we'll wait for that moment for Madge. And as you said earlier, we just kind of have a bit of a relaxed early game here at around 8 minutes as expected. Only the one kill going over the side of Gluttony. So, yeah, we just get our moments to sit around. We do have grubs obviously spawning in just about 10 seconds now. And with the positioning of the junglers and how Gluttony got the first strike, it's looking like, at the very least, if Gluttony chooses to start up the grubs immediately, that they will get those as well here.
Early rotate coming through from their bot lane, so a lot of contention around these scrubs here, Isaac. Jinx will be late. I don't necessarily think they have the best fight here, but discrepancy.
Everybody's committed to it. King Heron now into the pit. Will spot out Discrepancy, who will ult over the wall and away just to get out of there. Super Mega Death Rocket not quite going to be able to steal away one of the grubs. Now Powerball will be used up to try to find a way back in. Going to be stunned by the W of King Heron. Discrepancy taken low, taken down. Will be able to, at the very least, get the final grub. And now CZI is isolated, so the grubs go the way of XSV, but not without one getting taken back and not without CZI getting killed.
So already in the series, we've had 2 team fights break out over the grubs. And it is going to be excessive picking up 2 for themselves. But is it really worth it as actually getting the middle?
Hold on. BKP going to barely get the flash away from the dredge line, but it's not enough to get out as King Heron breaks his heart, getting a second kill of the game for the Catgirls.
Yeah, as I was going to say, is it really worth it, right? Like, you are giving over gold, for no reason. And giving over stacks to the Smolder, and the kill on the back end of that play also not going to feel so great for excessive, as we'll be the way getting picked out. But look at the CS difference here. Watercat up 30 CS in the mid lane already. I have quoted myself on this because I did say it live on broadcast that Watercat is the Chovy of Emerald. Playstyle wise, not skill wise. Let me just put it that way.
Well, I mean, neither have yet to win worlds, so
that is true. That is true.
So I mean, they're probably relatively even in skill level. And actually, as a matter of fact, I haven't won worlds, so I'm basically Chovy. Is the takeaway?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I mean, Watercat, I mean, the Chovy comparison is pretty apt, especially with his champ pool, but also just with how good Watercat is at this level. I mean, he's been in and around the scene for quite a while and has done quite a bit in his time, looking to really take over here in game 2, especially as you mentioned with that CS lead. Already has a Blackfire Torch in inventory, going to look to really start to run away with this one, perhaps going to leverage that extra power they have available to him. Before I send it over back to you, Conqueror might be caught out by discrepancy, will be taunted. Super Mega Death Rocket gets the Viego very low. Can he get away? Will just hold on to the Heartbreaker and instead gives a kill over to discrepancy.
The wheel be a kill to the discrepancy. Would have liked to see that on the Jinx, which is pretty typical. I feel like that gets said a lot for good reason. Jinx kind of being this hyper carry, you want the gold, but that's okay. You take the kill no matter what. Gives them their second Drake, so excessive at the very least in this game. Getting a lot of their objectives as potential collapse. Kimtech Soul on the Rift now.
Yeah, Powerball running in. They're going to do their best to find the CC down onto Madge. The stun comes through. The Flame Chompers follows up with a root. Madge going low. That's going to be Feats going the way of XSV, but AVI is very low. Will be able to just barely get away from the Arcane Storm. So will not trade that kill back, but where the kills might be traded is here in the top lane as King Heron going to be targeting C's guy who knows he might be dead, so he's just trying to do his best to get the damage down onto Nubly. Can't quite find it. Heartbreaker comes down. That will be 3 for 3 in terms of kills.
Yes, it will. And again, in the bot side, great play, but again, Jinx not picking up any of the kills does kind of hurt you a little bit. And CZI kind of been the target here for Catgirls a little bit, as CZI now does have the heart steal, and it was looking a little bit dire. Great buffer as actually taunt comes through. Nubly is Soul Furnace.
Tower will take a few tower shots, and he is nowhere to go on the wrong side of the map. And actually, teleport down from CZI will look to find a little bit more to the side of XSV. I think Conqueror is certainly out, especially with the empowered blast cones here on the Kimtech map. Jeez.
Yeah, can we just nerf blast cones, as Valdez would say? Really not a fan of blast cones, but again, I mean, Nubly overstaying there does go down, and it's another kill to this Rammus. So, you know, Rammus v9, I suppose. They did R5 it, and so far it's not been performing too horribly. Just gonna come down later, because again, both of these comps kind of scaling up towards their main goal, BKP.
Yep.
Okay.
D-shot. It was just a Hex Flash, so he's not really fully committing too much to that. But, I mean, you always hate to see it when that does happen, when the dredge line goes into the wall. And, well, it was looking a bit dangerous for BKP, but he'll be fine.
That is a little unfortunate. But really nice fear as well from BKP to dodge the W from Viego. Able to stop him channeling that, so fantastic play from BKP. Even though D shot a little bit of an oopsie there, still BKP also able to avoid getting hit by anything else. So does live. Flash will be up very shortly. And also, I just recognized that it's actually going to be Comet Smolder here. Did not recognize that initially. 118 stacks, so stacking very well here, especially into a double range matchup.
Yeah, and it will only get fast, but the directed camera is taken away from a potential fight in the bot lane. Discrepancy was there. I have to assume with how. Oh, nope, that's a kill. The kill goes down onto Mash. From the Powerball. Here we go. We'll finally get a look at it now. And, yep. Even without the Super Mega Death Rocket landing, it's still more than enough damage available to the side of Gluttony there in the bot lane. The kill will go over to Spaghetti this time around. Over into the top lane. The response is to gank CZI once again. Heartbreaker drops. The flash wave keeps him alive. Flash forward, but it's a cancel on the decimating smash, and Nubly is killed. He's devoured King Heron.
It's a double. He might get out.
Does he live? He gets Nubly's ready out. Run, Nubly. CZI, no. CZI. managed to turn the gank in the 2v1 into 2 kills for himself. It's wonderful play there from CZI and a big blunder for the Catgirls. But move over straight over into the bot lane. D-Shot will land a hook down, but the damage isn't quite there just yet to be able to secure the kills.
Man, massive blunder here from Syndicate. Yes, you're diving their weak side, but it is Cho'Gath, but CZI gank to the bot lane, never
once
mind.
again, discrepancies here. Madge doesn't have flash, so he's the target of this gank. It will be traded immediately 1-for-1, but both kills go the way of the ADCs. D-Shot is going to be fine because between discrepancy and AVI, there's not quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, Smolder with the SS3 we're going to do enough damage to pick up the kill onto the Jinx. So, again, but like, with this pressure on the top side, right? Like, you're trying to punish out the Cho'Gath. I do get the tier 1 thanks to Watercat walking up there. So that's nice gold back here. In fact, quite a bit gold lead here coming through from Syndicate. But again, you're like CCI with a phenomenal Q. Keeping himself alive, canceling out the knockup, actually, from Nubili. And then silences it coming out. So yeah, really fantastic play from CZI. And nice little gank in the bot side here as well from Discrepancies. -1 for Spaghetti.
Yeah, you know, it happens. But
Soul
it's a
point.
bit more important, as you mentioned, this is a soul point Drake potentially. If XSV can take it, they've committed everybody to it. It doesn't look
at Sion, though.
Down without
Look at Sion.
fight. Unstoppable Onslaught goes forward, finds its way down onto the Cho'Gath, which isn't that much damage. Hook coming forward. The collapse from Syndicate Catgirls isn't looking too great just yet. D-Shot gone low. D-Shot taken, slowed up by the zap. And now Spaghetti's gone excited. As you mentioned, the reset. Now King Heron trying to find his way onto CZI, but once again cannot find the damage onto the Cho'Gath. And the smite comes down. That soul point to XSV Gluttony and another kill over to Spaghetti. He's excited once again. Awkward Fleet's flashing away, but there's nowhere left for him to go as a power ball drops. He's taunted up and a double kill to Spaghetti and an ace. Oh, actually not quite. Madge is back up by the time the fight is over, but 5 kills to Gluttony.
Maybe the Ceramics champ is OP. I don't know. It's looking kind of crazy here in this game too. 9 kill participation. All 3 Drakes going their way. They are on soul point. They're gonna pick up this Herald as well. Jinx now getting 2 kills out of that play as well. And critically, CZI, you know, tanks up the ultimate from Nubili. It was such a great ult. But there's also just a massive body for the side of Excessive to match into that Sion in that Cho'Gath. So, really well played, again, from Excessive. And this is the first time I think we've really seen Syndicate, like, challenge in a team fight. Where Excessive, you know, really get going. Heron kind of gets baited into going on to CZI a little bit. Not able to find him for the reset. And Syndicate walk away so much worse.
Yeah, but despite all of that, despite how things are going, and it's still, like, vibes-wise very much in favor of XSV, still somehow the gold is relatively even. And, you know, Awkward Release does scale up on this Victor. Hasn't quite hit the insane levels of damage yet on his champ. He still needs a bit of time to fully come online. Madge also scaling up on the Smolder. Hasn't quite hit the famous 225 stacks as well. So it's not quite completely doomed for the Catgirls. That being said, King Heron once again may have just gone too far forward. He's gone low. Discrepancy will look a little bit more forward. We'll try to get the Viego, but instead we'll now just ult out and away to ensure he stays alive, and so no kills go down either way. But it doesn't look like for a moment that these two teams are giving up things just yet. Discrepancy actually looking for a kill onto Aquafelis as BKP is here to help out his jungler. Power Ball comes forward, gets the knockup. The taunt surely to follow soon. Won't need it as BKP picks up his 4th kill of the game.
Yeah, and somehow XSV, right, like, they got collapsed on, but it doesn't matter, and they even find Watercat on the bottom side here of the map, as Herald not necessarily needed for the crash on that tower, but we'll get it nonetheless. And now it is going to be Nubily coming to catch this wave.
Conqueror will stun out AVI. They do know that there's a numbers advantage
Smolder?
in the
Oh,
mid
no!
lane, but yeah, I don't know. Madge steps up way too far, is caught out, and a knockup from CZI ensures that's another 2 kills going the way of XSV Gluttony. It's not quite sure what Madge was doing there, standing that far forward, and so Gluttony once again continue their onslaught.
Yeah, Madge, getting silenced there. And now look, Atacon is spawned up. Smolder does have teleport, but there's not going to be a TP4D shot. So if they are going to contest this, it is going to be without numbers, as BKB is going to take the reset and Viego's bot side, so this one's gone as well.
Yeah.
And it is complete objective dominance here, save for a single grub for Excessive.
Yeah, it's just gone all the way of Excessive this game. At the very least, the Catgirls will do their best to find any sort of consolation that they can take. They'll probably get the mid lane, the tier 1. They'll probably get the bot lane tier 1 as well. So they'll at the very least get some gold and even up the terms of towers. Actually, they're backing way off the mid, so only the bot lane tier 1 for them.
Yeah, will be a bit more gold. So, I mean, yeah, the game state looks really rough here for Syndicate, but even then, right, they are playing the scaling comp. You do have Smolder, you do have Victor. We've seen how well the Syndicate squad can play in terms of team fights. And all it does is really take one. You only really need one to turn things around here.
Aqua Felice teleports mid. We've got a bit of an ARM starting up. The NA Classic doing their best to push out this mid wave to be able to get that tier 1 tower. Drake has
Stacks are online.
Conqueror trying to find a flank in, but he's gone too far. Spaghetti gets the first kill. The Jinx is excited, but CZI has gone low. He's burning down, but won't find the execute range on the Smolder, who has now hit the 225 stack. D-shot goes in, but I don't think that's the angle he quite wanted. Spaghetti gets his second kill of this fight, and he's excited. Once again, flash forward from CZI. A shutdown will go the way of Madge, but that's still going to be all of the Catgirls going down. A 4-for-1 to XSV Gluttony and the Kim Tech Soul as well.
And the Smolder is doing so much damage, it's just not enough for the side of Syndicate. King Heron again just not able to find the reset, overplaying. And it's Soul. Too excessive. It's sold to this Cho'Gath and this Rammus, who have already looked so formidable. And now they might run down Heron again.
Yeah, because Spaghetti is excited. The knockup lands. A few more auto attacks is all that's needed for Spaghetti. Does have access to the Super Mega Death Rockets. Goes a little bit too high, not quite hitting the mark. But King Heron once again just pushing way too far forward, overstepping just what he can really do, and overestimating how, I guess, tanky he thinks he is, because a few of these times he just walks straight at the face of Gluttony and gets deleted immediately.
Yeah, so one thing to, really talk about Excessive is they no longer have Flash on their Jinx or their Hwei. And if you look on the side of Syndicate, they have flashes on every single person, save for the Nautilus and the Viego. But your 2 important members, right, of the Victor and the Smolder have flash. So this might be a way for them to come back. We saw how much damage the Smolder was able to do in that last fight. And that's not slowing down anytime soon, or at all, would be the better way of saying that, as still scaling, but the Jinx completely unlocked in this game, i.e. already finished up, as surely Jinx now has a gold lead. I know the CS deficit is, oh no!
Oh, wait, but talk to the Jinx, they might get isolated out. A 1K shutdown goes the way of Conqueror, who will use the Heartbreaker to get away from the Rammus, getting slowly taken down, getting burnt. Is still very tanky, so does get out, but that is a huge pick to the side of the Catgirls, getting 1K gold into the inventory of Conqueror.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say anything, but about players anymore. Spaghetti meets his demise there very early, as Baron has spawned in, and mid tower will go down. So nice objective bounty gold as well on the back of that play, and the game is basically even once again. The Smolder has gone down quite a few times, but that's okay, because it is scaling and is gonna do a lot of damage. This Jinx needs to pick up some farm here. Has 277 stacks coming through for the Smolder. Honestly, less than I expected, to be fair. I honestly thought he was probably pushing the 300 mark at this point, but a little bit less. But yeah, this Jinx missing out on CS, right? Like, this Jinx should have a third item. 7, 2, and 7. You're like, yeah, this Jinx should have tier 2 boots, have a third item, but doesn't. Does not. Yeah. Top tower will fall down. Demolish going to do quite a bit of damage.
Actually, in terms of itemization, Spaghetti is behind in terms of strictly item count, only halfway done with what's probably presumably going to be the LDR. So we've got an unstoppable onslaught coming through. That is an isolated AVI. This the Emilio is not long for this world, and it looks to be look forward, but the Mega Death Rocket does a ton of damage out onto D-Shop, and without being traded back. Madge is still alive. Madge is doing quite a bit of damage down, so it's Aqua Felix doing their best to burn down the Rammus, but it's not enough to find the kill, and so a double kill goes away with BKP, but Madge is dropping so much damage down. The burn and the execute finds its way onto the Cho'Gath, and another shutdown picked up by Madge of 4 for 3, going the way of the Catgirls, but importantly, all of them go on to Madge, and that is a huge injection of gold into the Smolder, who is already ahead in terms of itemization.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the Flame Horizon, this Jinx, and the spread damage coming through Madge is just so nuts. 3K up, almost
He's going to come back with the 4th item on one recall.
Like 4K up almost on this Jinx. Like, Spaghetti. You know, getting kills is great, but minions also matter here. We still don't have our 3rd item completed. Like, that is such a massive thing. We'll finally have it, surely, because of the reset. Might go one more wave, but again, they don't really have a great answer for getting onto the Smolder. I alluded that a little bit in the draft, but now it's really showing. And yes, you know, they had great plays, you know, Madge kind of overstepping, but 7, 5, and 1 on the Smolder now. 4 items on the Smolder. Jinx still without the 3rd item. Will back now for it. So it's an entire item down. Jinx still without tier 2 boots at 28 minutes.
Yeah. It's
Baron started.
Despite how the vibes of this game have been early on, they have very much turned around to the side of the Catgirls. And the thing is, even though it was a very early soul for XSV Gluttony, it's turned it into what could be a bit of a double-edged sword, because we have the Elder Drake spawning in the next few moments, half a minute until that comes online. With how the Catgirls have fought in these last few minutes, it's looking likely that they can really utilize these game-ending objectives available to them. Have to see how Gluttony can respond to a 4-item Smolder at 28 minutes.
Yeah, they do have the tools, right? You do have some point-and-click CC to lock it down. Just needs to happen. Discrepancy kind of going to be the key factor in this fight, but look at this damage coming through just on the wave itself. And not really a lot of poke coming back on the other end. Very tense moment here for both squads, because this is the do-or-die fight for both of them.
Oh, Powerball will be used. Will go down onto King Heron, who
BKB.
will ult away. BKP in trouble. BKP flashing away, and he will be
at
fine
Madge.
for now. But Felice is still alive, and the damage coming through down onto Madge, trying to kill Discrepancy, not quite getting the kill onto the Rabbids. Onslaught goes into the middle of the entirety of XSV. Double kill for Madge. It will be traded back down onto Nubly, so it is a kill advantage to the side of the Catgirls. There's still smites available. These health bars are kind of low. Perhaps there could be a late contest for the side of Gluttony. That is a big objective that they should be able to at least try to maybe come back into. Powerball will be used up. It's a great hook from D-Shot to cancel out Discrepancy, and Spaghetti can't get away from Madge either. So no heroics in the final hour for XSV Gluttony, and Elder Drake goes the way of the Catgirls.
Yeah, the Smolder Insurance is just too strong, Isaac. They just can't break through it. 11-5-1 now, and that's due in part because this Jinx is so far behind in gold, strictly off of CS. That's all it is. If this Jinx is just CSing, they have so much more damage and can end this game much quicker. Baron started up, but again, Smolder completely unanswered here, and while it is a quieter game from the rest of the Syndicate squad here, it doesn't matter. Smolder will very easily carry them across the finish line with Elder, with Baron. As I don't see a world where Excessive are going to be able to hold out here unless they find a massive pick onto Madge.
Yeah, Elder Drake, Baron buff as well is what typically tends to be a game ender here in League of Legends. The amount of extra damage and extra push you get from the minions, it's really hard to deal with, especially in these final few moments, as XSV Gluttony don't have the best form of wave clear outside of BKP. And if at any moment Nubly pops that unstoppable onslaught to find a way in, the amount of burn damage available to the Catgirls, the size of those executes with the Elder Immolates is very, very difficult to stop. As you mentioned, it will take an crazy pick, probably from Discrepancy. Finding an isolated Madge would be the best hope the Gluttony team has to be able to take this game to bring us back level. But as things are, Syndicate Catgirls take down the top lane tier 2, look to push in a little bit more. Still, the amount of damage just passively coming through is so much, but Felice takes quite a bit in return. Super Mega Death Rocket not available, so we'll be all right for now. And all the while that was going down, Nubly was left alone, and that's another 700 gold injected into the inventory of the Catgirls.
Yeah, but in reality, right, like they are kind of wasting their Elder buff a little bit and their Baron buff. They've reset once again. So there will be another fight. So Excessive, hold on. But again, the biggest thing they need to answer if they're going to come back is they need to find a way to kill Madge. That is the only person on the squad that matters right now for Syndicate. Sure, the Victor's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage himself, but at the end of the day, the person carrying these fights so handily is Madge. All is completely 6-slotted here on this Smolder. All that's left here is Baron.
Got the push, and Madge will take a little bit of damage down onto himself, about a quarter of his HP bar. Going to do their best to find some severing bolts onto the Smolder, not really landing the poke down just yet. Wave clear is enough to stop things a bit, but whatever poke Gluttony finds, it's completely negated by the redemption, healing Madge back up to effectively full health. We go and do this dance once again. Baron still available, but for not much longer. Wave pushing in. Can Syndicate Catgirls find a fight that they need? Gluttony are tanking in. They're turtling up well enough. They will survive this siege. So as the Baron is looking to expire real soon, Spaghetti, what are you doing? Stepping up like that! Spaghetti's marked by the depth charge, but he's still all right for now. Perhaps Catgirls have gone a bit too far forward, but Madge finally arrives. As soon as he does, there's nothing left for Gluttony to do. They will get 1 kill down onto the Smolder. They get the kill onto Madge, which is a very big one. It's 2 for 2 actually for now. So at the very least, they turtle a bit for now, but the Catgirls get a bit more as they take that tier 3 tower. They take the inhibitor. Actually, they don't. Maybe they don't. They may have gone a bit too far. Aquafilly's going to be hit by the severing bolt from downtown. The heavy artillery has arrived. BKP picking up that kill, and there's nowhere to go for Noobly. He'll eventually get burned down by the members of XSV Gluttony, and it was looking really good for the Catgirls. And in fairness, it is still all right for them with the full build Smolder, but there are signs of life for Excessive.
Yeah, Madge falling prey to the tower, so not even Excessive can get that kill done. It's the tower that claims it. But yeah, in reality, right, like, if I were Excessive here, I would have tried to delay Noobly's death for as long as humanly possible, because of this Elder Spawn, right? Like, you want to try and delay that as long as possible, but just collecting the kills early, getting wave shoved out. And I think a big mistake here for Syndicate is, you have Baron. You need to push your other waves. You cannot just 5-man sit there, because they will just match 5-man sit there and clear the wave in front of your face. Which is exactly what happened. They only get 1 tower out of it, and that's because of a massive mistake from Spaghetti. And that was after the Baron fell. Like, they didn't even have Baron when that happened. So, like, again, Spaghetti does, like, the fact Spaghetti even gets caught there is insane. Discrepancy.
Yeah. Looking to try to maybe find a way in, power balling up, not quite going to commit anything into the mid lane just yet. As you've said many of times, taking down Madge is the best option for Gluttony if they can find a way in onto the Smolder. He's a very slippery champ though and does so much damage. Taking CZI down very low. Mom will be called up just for a little bit of poke. CZI is very tanky, but he's not infinitely tanky. He's gone low. He's going to finally go down now. It's not without taking D shot back in a 1-for-1. Spaghetti gets excited, but there's not really much for him to find else before the excitement expires. And so we're back into a 4v4, but no ult available to the side of XSV Gluttony. No Cho'Gath ult means that the Smite fight would be a bit even if it comes down to it. Discrepancy trying to find a way. They're going to go down onto the Scion. Noobly going to flash away. He's gone low. Severing Bolt isn't quite enough to find the kill onto the Scion. That effectively takes Noobly out of this fight. He does have teleport available to him if he does recall. Stair drops down onto Aqua. Felix Watercat getting low. The ult comes through. Discrepancy will turn around, and Madge is still alive though, and the resets come through. The Rammus is in the hands of Syndicate Catgirls, and the teleport from Noobly is back. And the Smite comes down. It goes the way of XSV Gluttony, but BKP gets the kill onto the Smolder. King Heron getting his best to heal back up, but he's gone low. It's a double kill for BKP. Noobly, he's got a lot of health. He's got at least probably a decent amount of damage. He has an Elder buff that executes AVI. Noobly's very taking. Spaghetti, can he get out? We'll throw down the Flame Chompers to do so. And I think finally BKP and Spaghetti will be able to get out of there. So the Elder buff goes to the side of Syndicate, but it's only left on Noobly.
We are having our own cinema game here, Isaac, in game 2. Oh my goodness. Syndicate. Madge somehow goes down early. It looked so good for them because you traded out your support for their biggest meat shield in CZI. But at the end of the day, for some, like, Heron is not able to really get into the fight, and they find Madge, and BKP is a big part in that. You know, it's doing so much damage on this way now. Working towards the Rabadon's death cap last item. As I did say, both of these squads kind of scale, but look at this. It's a GA purchase. 0 boots coming out from Madge.
And
could be very, very, very difficult here for XSV now to deal with Madge. It's already hard enough to do it once. Now they're going to have to deal with it a second time potentially here. As Baron started up.
Yeah, well within the grasp of Syndicate Catgirls. Gluttony do know that the Catgirls are in the area. The Baron is a very vast take for the Catgirls, and Newbie will do his best just to keep XSV out of the pit. Instead, as the Catgirls break off the Baron, I don't know about that call, because now with these health bars kind of low on Nubly, he can't hold them out for much longer. They'll move back onto the Baron, but the XSV Gluttony have the space to move in. They have the space to be able to contest this. Nubly can't step up as far now that he's low. The knockup lands way down onto D-Shot, but he's fine for now. A little bit of a laser. Gets a bit of damage down onto Discrepancy. We just poke and prod, but Maj taken down to half HP by BKP. And so he has to back away. These health bars are now down at half. Catgirls have to fully back out. They're going to look to recall. They only have teleports for Maj and Akafelis, which admittedly are very big teleports should they choose to use them. But XSV Gluttony now move into the Baron pit. They haven't started it up just yet. They're kind of holding out on it. Not going to risk things. And so these two teams, they poke and prod.
No, this is actually very bad.
There's vision on it. They're just both recalling. Wait, hold on. Discrepancy. The target of King here. Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown gets a lot of damage down onto Maj, who has to back away. Does have access to the GA. Should he go down, he won't quite burn just yet. Mom will be called to ensure that the GA passive isn't there. But neither team wants to commit to anything. The health bars on the Cackles are very low. They'll recall, and in this window that XSV Gluttony have, they're not going to push their luck on the Baron.
Maj teleports mid, but he has no HP now. Why would they not just force Baron there? XSV playing it maybe too safe here, as we're going to go to a completely reset out. 2 minutes to his next Elder. We've had 2 in this game so far. Baron still in the cards, but look. This Jinx backing. Picking up another seal item.
Interesting. Going to get himself some extra attack speed.
It's probably RC.
RC would help him to get a few safer auto attacks down from range. Is very much within the realm of possibility for Spaghetti. But we sit back, and once again we do this dance. Once more, talking about Guardian Angels, Conqueror also picking up 1 for himself. So we have to kill 2 members twice on the side of XSV Gluttony. Or at the very least, if they can isolate one of them and then get an easy second kill, would be quite alright as well. It's not outside the realm of possibility. But yeah, I mean, with Baron is the only objective up, we've really seen neither team really wants to commit too hard to be able to get it. So we'll take a moment to sit around once again. Elder spawning up in another minute, which is probably where we're going to have to look to see the next fight.
This game is so tense. But I feel like Excessive could have just blown open the entire game if they just pulled Baron like they saw a match DP mid. Redemption coming out early is a resource they won't have later.
Yeah, will be used just to get Magis' health bar slightly a bit higher. Discrepancy is acting like Elder Drake has spawned, in which it has in fact not. It does in the next 40 seconds. A flash forward.
Oh my god!
To find a pick. The depth charge follows CZI forever, but that's not really a target one to go in onto D-Shot and King Heron very low. And with Elder spawning in the next 30 seconds, this might be the window that XSV need to be able to blow this game open. Nubly going to have to flash away from the knockout. Mom will be called, won't find any damage. And so, Syndicate Catgirls are at a significant disadvantage in terms of health bars, but Maj is still full health, and they do have 2 Guardian Angels available to them. So there's still quite a few health bars that XSV has to be able to cut through. Elder finally spawning up now. Aquafrelease getting a few stuns. No. Oh, wait. It's frozen for me.
We're good, we're good.
We're good. Oh, wait, hold on. BKB has gone very low. I thought it was just on my end. Sorry for the technical delays there. The Hui taken out very low, but I'm finally caught back up. And with no damage from the Hui, the Elder Drake is started up by the side of XSV. Luckily, BKB does have access to teleport, but the Elder Drake goes down too fast unless there could be a hero steal from Discrepancy, who is into the pit now. And actually, D-Shot goes down very early on. The collapse comes through. The steal on the Elder Drake from Discrepancy turns this fight around. Spaghetti on attack and getting excited, but the resets come through from Conqueror. This fight isn't completely won by the side of XSV Gluttony. They get the objective. They get the big game in there. It would certainly be over if they found that, but the Elder Drake does the execute down onto Conqueror, and he has the Guardian Angel, so he'll be back up. BKB going to have to flash away from the gravity well. Spaghetti gets killed. Oh, completely. It's a second kill double with the Elder Drakes going the way of Spaghetti. And so only Conqueror gets away, and we have to sit back and reload once more, Ozzy.
Oh my god. The Elder gets stolen by Discrepancy. He goes in a little too early, and I was worried he's just gonna get blown up, but that's a Rammus. But look, Baron is up, and the death timers are so much more advantageous here for Excessive. BKP and Spaghetti able to stay alive long enough. Now they don't have flashes anymore, but still, BKP in particular putting in so much work for Excessive in this game. 14, 2, and 12 on the way. Definitely scaling up, doing so much damage. And I was a little worried there that, you know, Excessive weren't going to get their ults back in time for this fight, and they almost didn't. But they did right in the nick of time, as the Baron will go the way towards Excessive. And this is the third Elder taken in this match.
Honestly, with the way things are going, there's a non-zero chance that we have to see a fourth in this game. I mean, Baron also going the way of XSV Gluttony. They have the deadly double big buff combo available to them with the Baron and the Elder Drake, but not on all members, at least in terms of the Elder Drake. I mean, he's tanky for now, and he should be able to get out pretty comfortably, especially as Spaghetti and CZI are here. They're trying to burn through the health bar of Nubly, who will have to use the unstoppable onslaught to be able to
Discrepancy goes in!
Comes through. Discrepancy goes in. Will he go down? He's got to
the Q!
Too far forward, but it's a huge knockup from CZI that sets up XSV Gluttony, and Spaghetti gets excited. He runs through the entirety of the Catgirls. Only Conqueror is left alive, but the one Viego will not nearly be enough to stop a Baron and Eldered up XSV Gluttony, and it's taken us 46.5 minutes here in game 2, but finally, Gluttony bring us back level.
Yeah, I mean, XSV, they hold off the Smolder, who is just stacking in their face all game long. Off of a phenomenal Q from CCI. Discrepancy looking like he's going a little bit too far forward there. But absolute cinema end for us here in this game 2. Excessive, my god. 81,000 damage, 72,000 damage coming out of your Jake's way. But look,
95k damage on Smolder.
That's kind of the problem, right? The Smolder's doing 96,000, right? He's 20 damage off 96,000 damage. But look, your Victor, who's had all game to scale as well, doing only 46,000 damage, right? You would have liked to see more out of Watercat in this game for sure. And again, look at, I mean, the Viego as well. Like the Viego is doing less damage than the Rammus all game long, because he's just sitting at E every single fight, not trying to get the resets, not trying to like press the lead. And that is what makes Viego such a difficult champion competitive sometimes, is at some point you do just kind of have to trust yourself and be confident. And Heron not playing confident at all in majority of those fights might have sealed the deal. Man, Madge had such a great performance on the Smolder though, but CZI, that Q to end the game was heard around the world.
Whew. Yeah, and so, I mean, it took XSV Gluttony a while to be able to get there. I mean, perhaps the game was, in fact, a little bit excessive. But they claim it in the end, and there aren't any bonus points given on how clean these games are. At the end of the day, Gluttony bring us back level here in the Titan Conqueror League semifinals, and turn this one back into a bit of a best of 3 now, level at 1. I mean, if that's anything to go off of, Ozzy, we might have to just strap in and get ready for a bit of a marathon here.
Yeah, a long one on the cards potentially here for us. But at the very least, we have Jinx and Smolder off the table. So, you know, not like having those like champions that like really value going super late. And it seems like Vygar's going to stay off the table for Watercat, assuming, Excessive are going to keep banning it. So less stacks potentially. So maybe not. Maybe we'll get some like super aggressive games and it'll be quick.
And maybe not have 46-minute bangers in store. But obviously, we'll have to wait and see how the rest of this series has gone. I mean, after that game, too, I mean, strap in, boys, because we've got a banger. We've got an absolute classic coming up for you after the break. And we are ready to go once again after what was a wild game between Syndicate Catgirls and XSV Gluttony, in which Gluttony managed to bring the series back level in the end. But wow.
A game of all games for sure. Maybe even a game of all time to be played here. I think Watercat mentioned this. Neither team wanted to win, but one team had to. So, might be a better way of putting that game. I mean, honestly, those excessive, like, they had the lead, and then they started getting behind because of the Smolder insurance. But they did bounce back, and they were very resilient. They had to go against 2 Elder buffs. 2 in that game. And Baron on top of that, and were able to turtle up. So, fantastic stuff from them. So far as... yeah, some bans coming through again. Silas, banned away. We will be the Vigar, a band away from Watercat again, and also the Morgana. So, interesting stuff.
A new one this time around for Gluttony. They'll pick up Mel as their first pick. It's a champion that has been the nuisance of many league players ever since she's been released. Seen quite a lot of play here in Conqueror League, but the response in the mid lane will be the Talia for the Catgirls.
Yeah, it will be the Talia, and also, right, like, Mel has been very, very, very popular in terms of solo queue right now. In fact, even after her nerf, she's been getting, like, very banned. Very annoying champ to play against. But something that has punished it out time and time again is something like this J4 punishing out her immobility. BKP having a phenomenal game on Hui. I think probably the person keeping them in the game for as long as that was. But Illusion Slam instantly, not without any hesitation there, coming through for Spaghetti. So interesting stuff coming through. And Kang, you know, Kang, I think, has had a quieter set, in my opinion. I think has not really been performing all that well. Wukong game had some decent engages, but, like, was a really big factor of getting caught. And then the 15k damage Viego last game says that story well enough. The Zeri, though, did receive a buff. But it wasn't... it's a controversial buff, because it doubles her move speed that she gets per auto attack or per Q in her ult. Which is great, because you can get a lot of move speed. Only takes about, like, assuming you don't have 100% crit chance, like 7-ish autos at like 50% to get up to, like, PD move speed, which is pretty nice, to be honest. But we'll have to see if it performs here. You are playing into Illusion, which can kind of punish her range a little bit.
Yeah, but in terms of, like, availability of champions for Illusion, I mean, Milio and Nami have already been locked in, and with no Braum banned away, it is technically an option, but into the Lulu, especially into these ranged champs. Okay, wait. All right.
What is happening?
Renata?
This is an insane draft. This is an insane Illusion Renata.
Okay.
And then we're blinding set, which I'm a little apprehensive about, but it is what it is. You have to blind top lane, I suppose. Lucian Renata. Oh man, Lilia. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Jarvan top.
Okay, this is insane. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening?
I couldn't even begin to tell you. I mean, this draft has gone so many. Dude, I don't even know how you begin to like try to break down the drafts with how unorthodox they've been. I'm also with the Lilia coming through and the amount of move speed that she gets. I almost thought for a second it might have been an old tech kind of pick with the Lilia top, but instead it's an even older code with the Jarvan into the set, in which I couldn't even tell you how that matchup goes, because the last time I saw Jarvan in the top lane was more so looking at old gameplay footage of League of Legends. And even then that was old gameplay footage from like 9 years ago, in which I looked up said old gameplay footage. So yeah.
And Jarvan top was actually at Season 3 Worlds. Yeah, you know. But we all know that nothing else really matters outside of Baus playing it a couple times in solo queue. So
true.
He's in truth why that's going to be picked. I am very curious how this is going to happen. Like, what is going to happen in this top lane? That's going to be like my matchup to look at, because, man. Also, I do not like Lucian Renata. Like, I really think I can't believe they didn't go Braum. Like, yes, it sucks that you're playing into Lulu, but it's still Lucian Braum? Like, I don't know. That is insane to me. But well, again, a lot of questions we have to ask. Already some great trading coming through for Nubly, though, on the top side.
Yep, going to utilize the armor shred available to Jarvan to be able to get a few auto attacks down early on. I suppose that's one of the advantages of lane Jarvan, especially in the early levels, is actually gone for the grasp of the Undying. So going to be looking to auto out CZI a little bit here, especially early on, building up a nice wave for himself. Oh, wait, hold on. In the bot lane, Spaghetti needs one more auto attack, and he gets it. First blood going the way of XSV Gluttony. We were a bit confused about this Lucian Renata bot lane that they've gone for themselves, but at the very least early on, it's worked out for them.
Yeah, and I like the cleanse pickup here for Spaghetti, because you can actually utilize it so aggressively into Lulu, because you can just cleanse off Polymorph. So insane stuff coming through from Spaghetti. They pick up a early kill. But we've actually seen a lot of early kills come through in the way of this bot side, specifically for Spaghetti, I feel like. Game 1 in particular is what is sticking out to me. Nice sidestep from Nubly here to dodge off the E from CZI, but yeah, the thing is Spaghetti has been getting leads in the earlier phases, but like we saw last game, right, where he just really wasn't farming all that much on the Jinx, and it really did start to like become a problem until it stopped being a problem, because the game went on for so long that it didn't matter if the Smolder had 20k over you, because you eventually caught up item-wise. But yeah, so far Skarner is here on the bot side.
Junglers having cleared to opposite sides of the map. I mean, they won't quite run into each other, but just quick scan through for a second. It looked like D-Shot may have been a little bit of trouble.
BKP
on approaching discrepancy, but in the mid lane, Conqueror drops down with a little bop onto the head. A nice visit on the gank, but all the while CZI also getting a kill onto Nubly.
Yeah, so a bit of a trade. Discrepancy not getting active early. Nice gank coming in from Kang. Did say I wanted to see some more out of him in this match, for sure. As, you know, that happens. And nice gank. Again, no rebuttal, though. I feel like if maybe BKP had the rebuttal, it might have been able. Polymorph comes through. But look at this damage!
I don't know if it'll really matter. Spaghetti does so much. Flashes forward, gets the kill, does have access to the revive if it comes through. Madge will jump over the wall, be able to get the kill down onto Spaghetti. So very aggressive from the Lucian of XSV Gluttony, but it doesn't go unanswered.
Yeah, we'll go back for 1-for-1. Not sure if giving your flash over and trading 1-for-1 into this area is ideal for you here, Spaghetti. You would have forced Lulu out of the lane for a little bit and just kind of pushed your lead against the Zeri. But regardless, opts to go for the kill. And the Lucian now sitting on a longsword pickaxe advantage against the Zeri right now. Honestly, kind of shocking to see Zeri not pick up the cull because of the start. Like, realistically, you're never really going to go like all in on the Lucian, especially who has a lead. But regardless, I think it doesn't matter too much. 500 gold lead here for Excessive as BKP might get ganked again.
Yeah, Conqueror has arrived. Doesn't quite have the move speed that had last time around. A good rebuttal sends this world seed right back to where it came, slowing down Conqueror a bit more, so won't be punished this time around.
Drake picked up early, so again, Excessive finding some early like some early objectives here. And that's pretty atypical. Their comp isn't really the best at fighting it right now because you need level 6 on like your Lilia, you need level 6 on your Zeri, BKB. Nice flick.
They will find BKP once again. He saved Flash last time. He went down. We'll use it in this scenario. It's a good rebuttal. Also to prevent the extra damage coming down from Conqueror. So he is alive, but not without losing his Flash.
Yeah, still has teleport here on the Mel though. So probably just going to farm out Lost Chapter, I'd imagine, and just back, which is what's going to happen. But Kang really sticking around this mid laner to make sure that Watercat's having a great time in this mid lane. And it will be the Lost Chapter by there for the Melt. We'll lose 1 minion of experience, but that's okay. Anyways, but yeah, I think Excessive getting a strong start in the early game. But again, the punishment on this Mel for being immobile is already starting to come true. Has happened once and already forced her Flash now. So level 6 regank from Kang with Flash could be another kill going the way towards Syndicate in a few minutes.
I have not seen this interaction just yet because we don't see too much Lilia these days. But the rebuttal on the Lilting Lullaby, is it technically a? I think it's technically a.
It's not
projectile, no, or
it's not.
Not okay. So
could you imagine? Could you imagine if it was like Yasuo? You play like Lilia to Yasuo and it'd be unplayable because he just would wall your ult. It is not, I mean, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, because visually it kind of looks like it though, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
I know what you mean.
It kind of comes from away and falls down, but I will take your word for that. So it was one that I was potentially looking forward to, at least a cancel.
I mean, maybe it will happen. We'll see, because I have not seen the interaction.
Conqueror getting zoned out by AVI. Just going to, by the looks of it, give over this first set of grubs. Also going the way over to XSV Gluttony. So earlier on, Gluttony doing quite all right in the neutral objectives department.
Yes, indeed. And again, this time it'll be all 3 grubs. So objective dominance continues here for Excessive in the early game. That has been so common for them in general. Ooh, rebuttal coming through.
In trouble, going to have to flash away from the snare. Lilting Lullaby drops onto BKP, takes a big bonk to the head. Is low, but the bailout will keep him alive for a little bit longer. Can't quite find the damage on the Golden Eclipse to keep himself alive. So 1 kill goes away of Syndicate. Catgirls, but it's a great impale to bring King Heron under the tower. Discrepancy, utilizing that Skarner ult to its full potential, making sure the kill does not go unanswered.
Yeah, and the Golden Eclipse does not go through there at the very end of the bailout for BKP, and it might have been another kill over. But again, great play from Discrepancy to make it 1-1 as Zeri Fried Spaghetti just didn't dash on match there, but will get his recall off. E coming through on Nubly.
Yep, CZI going to drop a haymaker. Nubly is surviving up here on the Jarvan in the top lane. It's not thriving by any means. However, has solo killed earlier on. Is down around 10 CS. Obviously does get quite a bit of utility with the Cataclysm, but we have a potential gank coming through. Conqueror will eventually arrive. Madge going to pop the ult, going to start autoing into the sides of AVI and Spaghetti. A few more is all he needs. The bailout comes through, get Spaghetti that extra move speed to escape, but no bailout means that you gotta feel that the potential dive will immediately come through, especially as Aqua Felice is also showing up, does have access to that Weaver's Wall. By the looks of it, the Catgirls won't push their luck any further.
Yeah, a great play though. Like Kang has been all over the map here on the Lilia comparatively to Discrepancy. Discrepancy on Skarner really behind in terms of like presence so far. Kang really revisiting mid lane over and over and over again, but getting some priority here might net them the Drake, and I will inform you that I just checked the wiki. I wanted to go look, and it is in fact a projectile, so it will get blocked. So yeah, interesting stuff. But here comes the Drake fight.
Oh, and the teleport comes down. Hostile takeover finds its way down onto 2. The smite is able to pick up the Drake for the side of XSV Gluttony, but Conqueror can't go anywhere else. Nubly now onto the backline, doing the best to get AVI, who flashes away from the flag drag. So Spaghetti drops a few more auto attacks. AVI going to be the one to secure that seal. The Discrepancy now looking to push forward, looking to see if he can't find any extra kills onto the retreating Catgirls. So they'll take the 2, but not without losing the Drake.
Yes, not without losing the Drake, but a great fight here. Nubly now 0-2 on the J4 top. I guess you are now just going to be playing for the Cataclysm lockdown, but great fight coming out of Excessive there. Even though it looked a little rough, Culling goes incredibly wide. They were kind of split up on targets. Kang got pushed in as Spaghetti. He's getting chipped down here a little bit.
Yeah, and we have the rest of the Catgirls eventually arriving. Aquafree is getting low, but he does enough to bait in Spaghetti. Going to be able to secure that kill over the side of XSV, but that leaves the mid lane open a little bit, trying to get 2 extra plates. But recalls come through, they won't push their luck any further there.
Yes, they will not. So again, a little bit of a bait coming through, I suppose, from Watercat, or Spaghetti baiting himself is maybe a little bit the correct nomenclature for that. But I think the Excessive are in a decent spot. The thing is again, Discrepancy comparatively to this Lilia has really not had as much impact as maybe you'd like to see. Is 2-0 though. Lilia has died twice, so in KP they've been the exact same. But in terms of pressure, this Lilia has been quite everywhere besides top lane, just kind of letting Nubly, unfortunately, get smacked by this set, who now has Stridebreaker.
Yeah, this top lane matchup was a surprise, to be sure, and well, not actually all that much of a welcome one. Discrepancy might be in a little bit of trouble. Will land the impale down onto the Celia. Aqua Felice in trouble. The Culling is able to secure that kill. Lilting Lullaby drops down onto Discrepancy. The bailout will come through, but King Heron is out of there and will get
he goes in
onto. Okay, yeah, the flash and hostile takeover finds its way onto the 3 members of the Catgirls to try to get them out. This World Seed finds its way onto BKP. King Heron going to get a double kill with the burning damage through. There's a bit of a bite back for the side of the Catgirls, picking up a few kills for themselves.
Yeah, I will say as well that I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like this Lucian is not doing as much damage as I'd like it to do. You know, like I feel like he has the items, to do enough, but I just I don't know. Maybe this is just State Illusion right now, but regardless, nice play from Syndicate to fight back. And it is more kills over to Zeri, so...
The showstopper drops onto Noob. He's had a tough time here in the top lane. Won't quite be killed by the Haymaker of CZI, but it's just kind of indicative of how things have been for Noobly. Has to back off once again, and we'll recall. And as you mentioned, really, the last thing there is left for Noobly in this game is mostly just that Cataclysm utility.
Yeah, it is going to be the Cataclysm again. Also, the Mel is actually having some difficulty getting away, so we'll be able to utilize that on the Mel so far. Or we'll be able to utilize it on the Mel later. Harold, though, we've seen both teams fight over this 2 games in a row, basically. So, might be in for a treat here. Never mind. I think we might just give it up. Mid-priority going the way, though. Maybe late guy.
The smite comes down. It doesn't look like the fight will be given up by the side of the Catgirls. Culling will come through, but finds no damage onto King Heron. Little first Q will look to burn at Discrepancy. Drop a little bit of poke damage onto this Skarner, pushing forward now onto the rest of the members of Gluttony. Discrepancy getting burned low by Madge. Dodges out the Impale and secures the kill onto the Skarner. And with no wave, the rest of the Gluttony team looking to recall, looking their best to not have themselves collapse in under their own tower and get out of there. But that opens up the mid wave a little bit with turret plates down. This might be the mid tier 1 going the way of Syndicate Catgirls.
Yeah, Syndicate going to be able to pick up this mid tower almost certainly here, as unfortunately for Discrepancy, utilizing the E hits his own Gromp, so doesn't dash through the wall. As this will be Drake number 2, and it is a Hextech Soul here. And this pickup is great for either team. I mean, most souls are, but look at this contest.
Yeah, hostile takeover will find its way onto Match. Discrepancy is into the pit, but it's an early smite from the Skarner, so the Drake goes away of the Catgirls. Shut down,
here.
Going to BKP. The Zeri's no longer there. Cataclysm drops, gets a bit of utility, but there's not a lot of damage left for the Catgirls. D-Shot goes low, will heal himself up or shield himself up. Now Upfreeze having to flash away from the E-stall impact and will use the Weaver's Wall to escape.
Yeah, well, I mean, Syndicate get the Drake. Discrepancy kind of just standing there waiting to smite, and then smites 302 early. But it is a nice fight. CZI showing face here for the first time in this match at a fight. Nuclei did have a nice EQ there, though. And again, the woes of Mel continue.
Ooh, that's a
nice
good
flick.
seismic shove. Spaghetti will go down, and now the turrets are going to fire a few shots into Discrepancy. The side of XSV Gluttony will at the very least get the bot lane turrets, but not without losing Spaghetti in the process.
Yeah, they will lose Spaghetti, and it is a tower, but they don't get Water Cat, so again, some map control here, but that wasn't even first tower. So in the end of the day, losing Spaghetti there, not ideal. But game very close. 32,000 gold here comparatively to 30k. CZI kind of is the leading charge or leading member here for Excessive now that the Zeri has been able to pick up a few kills. Watercat on the Talia also looking quite formidable comparatively to the Victor last game. As for Syndicate, I'm sure you're happy to see your mid laner awake.
Yeah, and has certainly been a bit of improvement here on the Talia, but also in terms of improvement, Spaghetti has been keeping up in terms of farm. That was one big issue that we saw from him in the last game, but CZI perhaps in a bit of trouble. Linsling Lullaby will drop.
Oh, nice ult.
Stop the show onto Noobly, but a good Cataclysm in response will stop the escape from CZI. The Discrepancy has finally arrived, has dragged Noobly under the tower, and so the late arrival from Discrepancy will turn this fight back around in favor of XSV Gluttony. All the members of either team now arriving in the top lane, leaving Felice and BKP alone in the mid lane, but they're going to push any further.
Great play coming out from Discrepancy. A little bit of an overplay on the top side. CZI just has been playing so well this series. Utilizing the ult, as actually Culling coming through for some poke.
Culling doesn't do all that much damage, and the return onto Spaghetti is definitely a lot more. But still, no team really going to commit to the 2v2. Don't really have a lot of tools to be able to truly do that, and so they just back off. They look at each other, they tickle each other, and say, now we're fine.
Yeah, nice tower again. So decent macro coming out from Syndicate this game. Picking up gold. and also being able to net themselves a lead in the Drakes. Atacon spawning in now, 1 minute and 25 seconds to this Drake fight that very well could decide the game. The game is still pretty close here. BKP on this Mel needs to have a bit more impact, on my opinion. Herald will be summoned up here in the jungle. Did time out so that we weren't able to find it anywhere. Surprised they didn't use it mid. BKP walks into Nubili.
Oh, yeah. Flag drag from Nubili gets BKP down to half HP. Cataclysm over the top, but BKP survives the rebuttal, denying just barely enough damage to keep himself alive. Go back to the mid lane. Spaghetti in trouble. Will eventually burn through. Hostile takeover finds its way onto 3, but with no ADC, the Catgirls push forward more. AVI is killed, and that's another 2 kills going the way of Syndicate Catgirls at a very important time as the Drake spawns in 30 seconds and Otacon is up as well.
Yeah, Syndicate will pick up the Atacon here, and Spaghetti getting caught out by Lilia there. I mean, when we saw the fight, Spaghetti was basically in a 1v3. Not sure what he's doing there, but goes down nonetheless. Syndicate, again, picking up this Atacon and getting prime positioning around this dragon. They do have the Hex Gates to get here. Not a lot of ultimates around. Impale is available if they want to try and fight this. Excessive with a lot of ults here. Need to, might be able to fight this.
Well, they're committing to it. CZI teleporting through. Can try to stop this show. Golden Eclipse going to find a little bit of an extra poke. Drake gets in. The Drake smited away by Syndicate Catgirls, but they may have pushed a little bit too far. Discrepancy will try to trade one back, but now the reorganized stop the show. CZI, the bailout comes through. He's not going to be kept alive with the Renata glass seismic shove, going to get the flash away from AVI. But a hectic fight all across the board, but it's a trade 3v3. But the Catgirls put themselves on soul points.
Yeah, unfortunately, for XSV, they just don't have the damage. Like, again, this Lucian, I feel like should be doing way more damage than he is. Going down for a 5th time in this match. And even with Syndicate having no ultimates, they still come out. Kang on the Lilia has really started, running the game comparatively to what was happening in the jungle for him for 2 games in a row. So, nice to see that as well. Syndicate starting to step up here as the series heats up. Soul point, though, to Syndicate.
Yeah, as well as getting the Otacon on top of their 4K gold lead gives them a lot of extra combat power. Excuse me. And will be pretty important as we have the Baron spawning in the next 2 minutes. Discrepancy going to use Ishtal Impact onto Maj. Doesn't really do a lot of damage alone on the Skarner. But the main point is the Baron spawning up in under 2 minutes now. Next Drake Soul Point as well spawning up in about 3. Should be a very big time for these teams because looking at the summoner spells, most of the key ones, namely the flashes from the likes of BKP, AVI, and Spaghetti, will all be back up in that time.
Yeah, should they be able to have this? Nubili won't find CZI going under the tower there, but something that's been kind of missing is scripts.
Okay, Karen will dodge out the Impale, but it's a really good hostile takeover. Spaghetti. But they can't quite find the damage on the back end of it. The CC came through from AVI, but there's just no follow-up. Madge goes over the wall. BKP will be able to trade the kill back, but it is a dominant fight going the way of the Catgirls.
Well, I was about to say it. Something that's really been missing from the Skarner is hitting his Impales. He's not hit a single one in any impactful fight so far. And that's another one, right? The Zeri able to Zeri moment, triple kill here. Does go down to the Golden Eclipse of BKP, but again, if you're going to lock in Skarner, you need to be hitting your Impales. And right now, it is just the Lilia running circles around XSV with the additional damage coming through from Zeri.
All that bonus move speed that Conqueror gets passively has worked wonders for him to completely dodge out these Impales, especially in that last fight. very notably sidestepped that there, and was one of the determining factors of that fight. But after that, the Catgirls see themselves 6k up, still on soul point. Very big one, as that's coming up in a minute and a half, with Baron also on the map. One decisive fight going the way of the Catgirls. If you don't consider this game blown open just yet, one fight going the way for them on the side of Syndicate would do wonders to look to close things out here in Game 3.
Yeah, and it's a 1 minute to this Drake that is going to be sold for Syndicate if they pick it up. Baron is available. We talked a little bit about XSV last game being able to, maybe give over one Drake for Baron to try and press their lead. But I think Syndicate don't mind taking the fight at all unless discrepancy. Able to find a pick here. Nice sweeper coming through from D-Shot though. But I think the damage coming in from Syndicate might be too high. We'll have to see.
King Heron going forward may have gone a bit too far forward. Ishtal Impact finds the mark. He will be impaled, brought back into the members of XSV. They'll get the first kill, but the rest of the follow-up for the Catgirls comes through. It's a great hostile takeover, taunting everybody on the side of Syndicate. It's a huge moment for XSV. It's an ace, only losing BKP in the process. It was starting to look dire for them. But that is precisely what they need at the most critical moments of the game.
Yeah, on a fight that they needed to win, they will. Now, I don't know if not, putting your set, doing the soul is the right choice. Because this Lilia is going to be respawning in 10 seconds, so there's no way Set's about to do it. But they are going to pull up the Baron here. Discrepancy getting pretty low. They really don't have the damage. Okay. I don't like this play. They will pick up the bear or the Drake though, at the very least. So that's nice. Set doing a bit more damage than I thought.
The notes of the Drake going down. The Baron would probably be the next target of Catgirls. They don't have vision on it, but they'll finally get the alerts that there's no more neutral objectives on the map. XSV Gluttony stopping the soul, going the way of the Catgirls, as well as neutralizing any Baron.
Yeah, what a fantastic play. Discrepancy. Oh, the fail flash from Nubly. Saw that on the minimap.
You're
not safe here. You're not safe here.
It happens.
But yeah, great. Honestly, I was talking about the impales not landing. But when you self-stun them with Pen, I think landing Impale is infinitely easier, and finding Kang is one of these biggest factors for Syndicate winning these fights. That really helps them here. But look at this the XP lead here for their jungler. Level 17, CZI is level 15. He has given up quite a bit in the way of experience here to be at these fights because he is so impactful. And that last fight, actually...
wait, Weaver's Wall will come through. AVI will be isolated.
Oh, nice ult again!
Cataclysm drops, but it's a good hostile takeover. BKP gets the first kill, and that's a very troubled Lilia. The XSV Gluttony will do their best to survive here around, but it's a Zeri moment. Madge is still alive, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Will flash away from the Impale and the Face Breaker. He's still in a really troubled spot on the wrong side of the map. Can he fight his way out of this one? The ultimate now expiring. Madge going to hop over the wall. The flash followed from Discrepancy will surely get the kill over to XSV. There we go. Finally. It took a while. They do, in the end, get Madge.
Yeah, and they also get his flash, which is very critical coming in. Won't have that for this next Drake fight, which will be soul point for XSV. Mid tower now going down. To the cannon wave here, CCI as well. Management going a little bit too far. Nubly is here though. Health bars are pretty low. So this will force them to reset your BKP. I would definitely not reset that close. Should be able to reset now as we'll reset. And again, nice fight back from XSV though. Strawberry is, or not strawberry, wow. Spaghetti. Wrong food. Spaghetti is kind of struggling here a little bit, but still able to do some decent damage. But The unsung hero is AVI. These ultimates, the hostile takeovers
Yeah,
have been
been
so
on point.
disgusting.
Yeah. They've, I mean, every single time AVI is casting their ultimate, the hostile takeover is hitting at least 2 or 3 members, and oftentimes even more so. And even though a few times it hadn't quite been a deciding factor that Syndicate had enough to be able to cut through it, hasn't been the case these last few minutes. These last few fights, and it's a bit of a double-edged sword, the amount of damage that match has available to them because of AVI's performance. He tags Madge with a hostile takeover, and then immediately the amount of damage that the Zeri has available to them immediately goes back in favor of XSV.
Yes, so Baron won't get the most value, which is fine. But at the very end of the day, they do get it and kind of somewhat open up the map. It's not crazy because of the position they were in before they got the Baron. So a bit of a mediocre Baron, but still they do kind of fight their way back into the game. But it's still this Lilia that's been such a large threat. Handshake will miss in the mid lane. This Lilia ever-looming threat. Madge as well, getting so strong. 4 items here for the 80 carry of Syndicate. 30 seconds to the soul.
Soul point Nubly on the flank. Flag drag won't hit anybody. Back off, ready for this strike again, spawning really soon. If Syndicate gets this, they pick up the Hex Tech Soul. It's such an impactful soul at that culling will drop, but really doesn't do all that much damage on team. Seismic Jump finds its way onto AVI. Their hostile takers have been impressive, but they won't have access to the show stop from CZI. A huge punch starts to turn things around. CZI flashes forward, gets the kill onto his target, and it's an ace for the Catgirls. It was looking really dangerous for a second there, like XSV could turn it around, but the initial pick is too much for Excessive to be able to handle, and Soul will go the way of the Catgirls.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When the Renata gets picked and can't utilize the ultimate that's been winning them so many fights back to back, it opens up the game now for Syndicate. Now they pick up the Soul, and it is Hextech. They're going to be able to use this to so great effect with the Lilia, with the Zeri, with the Talia. The game is very dire off of just that one small mistake coming through at the worst possible time.
It was really started off by a great seismic shove by Aqua Felice that set things up, and AVI steps too far up. Goes really well for Syndicate. They stop the bleeding that XSV was causing them, even though the total gold doesn't really quite reflect it. Baron now up on the map, and with the Hex Tech Soul available to Syndicate Catgirls, it's now much harder for XSV Gluttony to be able to contest this neutral objective.
And now, I think Syndicate should be able to just kind of control the map and choke Excessive out with this Hextech Soul. Again, last game we have seen some crazier things happen. But Hextech Soul's really hard to fight against here. It would take a miracle and maybe a couple of those. This might be the one.
Oh, wait. This might be the one. King here and maybe going a little bit too far forward. Will flash away from the hostile takeover, which doesn't do so great this time. Noobly drops a Cataclysm onto the backline. CZI drops a big haymaker into the backline. BKP using the ult to be able to secure a kill down. King here will burn through so many of these health bars. Discrepancy, double discrepancy is dead. Madge goes too far forward on the Zeri. pushes his luck way too far, but is not immediately traded back. Currently 2-for-2 match, and Noobly unavailable. Meanwhile, Discrepancy and Spaghetti as well not up for the side of XSV. Baron is up. There is smite advantage to the Catgirls.
Oh no!
Look for it! King Heron steps way too far into CZI, and any smite advantage they may have hoped to have with the available Baron is gone in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, BKP now doing so much damage. This is very akin to last game on the way. As Isaac, we might be in for a long one, man.
Oh my god.
We might be in for another long one.
Aye. This is looking very, very familiar.
Oh, nice strike breaker. Watercat.
What is Watercat doing there? Shutdown going the way of CZI, and in fairness, XSV play that as cleanly as you could expect. But, I mean, Watercat has... It is such an egregious push forward by Watercat.
Be thinking the set couldn't get onto them, but teleport coming through. This will be the Baron start. 40 seconds to Watercat spawning in. 5 seconds here for Kang.
Yeah,
and they hold off.
Try to burn it down as fast as possible. Noobly, Maj, and D-Shot. What can they do? Hostile takeover not going to hit anybody, but it slows things down to allows burst through. Flag drag finds onto AVI. No way in for Syndicate Catgirls. Culling not going to find anybody. Noobly on the wrong side of the map. The Impale will slow things down. Noobly flag drags forwards, tries to stop the escape of XSV. But the snare drops down to Kang Heron. It's a really good route from BKP. And another one landing its way onto Maj. He'll top out now and is able to escape. But BKP has turned up the difficulty for the Catgirls, has really started to lock in here in Game 3, turning things around. Wait, hold on. Weaver's Wall getting deployed for something over there. I saw low BKP and was a bit hopeful, was Watercat, but not quite finding the mark.
Yeah, saw BKP on their banana brush board, but nice pathing from BKP to... make sure he stays alive. And again, somehow, against all odds, XSV fight back. Off of some mistakes coming out from Syndicate. Pretty uncharacteristic mistakes here, for sure. Top tier 1 will finally die at 37 minutes. Noobly on this J4 has really not had the impact you would have really loved to see come out of it. Like, yes, he's able to cage the backline, but when there's no follow-up, doesn't matter. But setting up for another fight.
Heron moves forward, is snared up. Noobly flies into the background, isolates Discrepancy, in which the kill goes down immediately. AVI in trouble. Second kill going over to Kang Heron, but the culling does quite a bit of damage down onto Maj. The polymorph ensures that the kill goes back to the side of XSV. BKP going to use the golden eclipse to absolutely delete Kang Heron, but there's nowhere left for him to go. Oh, it's a rebuttal onto the Weaver's Wall. And so BKP keeps him alive for a little bit longer. He's able to trade a kill back. It's 5-for-4. It's an ace to Syndicate, but it's such well-played fight. BKP keeps himself alive as long as possible and does enough to leave only Watercat alive on the map, and so there's not much that this Talia can do.
Yeah, crucially, CZI not actually able to get the W off. Was stunned just a little bit too long there to get the ult off, or the W off, excuse me. Would have maybe just straight up one-shot Kang, and then Kang can't run circles around them for that long, but hostile takeover also not hitting its mark there, which a bit unfortunate for sure. But still, kills are even. Gold is even. Game state is even with this Elder outside of the Soul and the Atacon, buff that is ever present here for Syndicate.
We'll give them a few extra combat advantages to the side of Syndicate Catgirls, which is especially important as Elder Drake is up on the map. Watercat will take a decent amount of damage to the face of the culling of Spaghetti. but he's still fine. He's only lost about half his HP. It's not the end of the world for Watercat. Seismic shove almost hitting Spaghetti, getting dangerously close. AVI also very low. Redemption will drop to try to heal the last of Excessive back up. King Heron going to get hit by the Impale. King Heron is taken away, and Spaghetti gets the kill. Flag drag onto the back line by Nubly to try to turn things around. Doesn't have enough damage on his own, but the Syndicate Catgirls, they turn onto the isolated member of CZI. They get one kill back in return. They still have Maj and Aqua Felice still alive. These health bars are kind of low on the side of XSV, so they have to still be careful with how they approach this fight. Maj is shielded up. He's doing quite a bit of damage if he finds a way into this one. Said he's backing off, starting to poke and prod, but there's not really enough to commit to a fight to be able to secure these kills. And with the one number advantage with no jungler, Elder Drake should be within the eyes of XSV. They've started it up now. King Heron is respawning in 10 seconds. Syndicate Catgirls aren't going to give this one up without a fight. The slows from the Drake from the Soul will be doing quite a bit. Can the Catgirls find a way in? Hostile takeover finds its way down only onto one. Elder Drake finally smited by the side of the Catgirls. I mean, by the side of XSV. Off police on the wrong side of the map. We got to take a back look at Nubly, who does have to quickly escape. It's a valiant attempt from Catgirls to be able to sow some chaos into XSV, but they do not find anything in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Elder here, most important members with it. For Excessive against Hextech Soul. Mid lane now. Baron spawning in 40 seconds, so there will be some overlap here for the Elder Baron. That Syndicate we'll need to worry about.
The extra Elder buff damage, the burn coming through, it really helps accelerate how fast these objectives do go down. On the side of XSV, Gluttony, but they'll quickly back off of it. They will concede some ground in and around this Baron. They will give over the Scuttle Crab, so slight vision to the side of the Catgirls. They will know when Excessive move on to the Baron, which they will see now. It's up and available. It started up immediately by the side of Excessive. They do have the Elder buff. They do have the executes available, but AVI takes a big chunk of damage down immediately. But still, Syndicate have to be very careful how they approach this. King Heron doing his best to find a way in, won't be able to smite away the Baron, and Nubly is completely caught out and isolated. Bear in the way of XSV, as well as one kill.
Yeah, Spaghetti does need to be careful dashing forward like this. Has no vision and just dashes over the wall, but won't be punished for it just yet. But anyways, Excessive bounce back again. This time, Syndicate with a much larger lead than expected. Discrepancy.
Oh, discrepancy using the Ishtal impact to find a way in. The Polymorph does a really good job to slow things down. It's a good seismic shove on CZI, doing quite a bit of damage. King Heron taken very low. The Elders executes aren't quite in range just yet. BKP gets the first kill, but the damage from King Heron, it might be enough. He's done quite a bit. It's not quite there. The snare finds its way onto the Luli. It's a quadra kill for BKP. They played on the edge. Syndicate Catgirls almost somehow into a Baron, into an Elder Drake. Almost stop things. Maybe, I don't know if that would necessarily be a Pinta, because Nubly has respawned from that previous fight. 3 members still alive on the side of XSV. Nubly really can't do all that much on his own. He's got to wait a few more moments, 26 seconds, until his allies respawn. Nubly goes down, and with the Jarvan getting killed, the ace is secured by Excessive, and so will Game 3, Aussie.
Man, one clean take, please. Please.
I don't think we're getting that here.
I mean, honestly, fantastic bounce back from Excessive, and most importantly, BKP, who was getting picked on so many times that game, and like the early to mid stages, right? Like, Lilia visiting time and time again, punishing BKB on the Mel, but 23 kills! 23 kills here coming out. And once again, I mean, Nubili, I don't know why we're picking J4 top. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, look at this performance, you know, like, results-based analysis, I guess, but it really didn't do anything. He went in by himself a lot of the times and just died. Like, he just was off from his team. Not able to get the impact. Whereas, like, CZI, right? Like, he had so many good moments on the set. Able to really punish the backline here for Syndicate, but XSV on a fantastic comeback in that game against Hextech as well.
Yeah, it was a very... into Hextech especially is how wild it is. It felt like, excuse me, as soon as the Catgirls picked that up for themselves, that game was done and dusted, that Catgirls were going to be on match points. But I mean, XSV Gluttony, they fight back. They punished Kang Heron a lot of the times there, especially as the game went on. Just not as familiar with how squishy this Lilia ends up getting as soon as the damage from Gluttony came online. It felt like in a lot of those later fights, Kang Heron just completely removed from the fights extremely early on and was a little, not completely ineffective, but definitely not nearly as strong as they were earlier on.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, but we still have one more game, and you know we've
got two more, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't say we only have one more game. We're guaranteed one more, but the way this series has been going, I saying only one more game is a wild definitive statement.
Okay. You're right. Sorry. We are guaranteed one more game. We are guaranteed one more game. Now, I mean, it's been so back and forth. These games have been so cinema. Game 2 and Game 3 have been just insane back and forths. I'm happy. You know, this is a good series. Like, I like these series, although maybe, you know, casting / my sleeping schedule might not enjoy it that much, but, you know, it's fine.
Well, this series has been an absolutely hectic one, full of twists and turns and ups and downs for both teams. But at the end of Game 3, XSV Gluttony are only one game away from advancing to the finals of Titan Conqueror League. We'll see if they can close it out in Game 4 when we come back. So don't go anywhere. And we are back once again here for Game 4. Match point to XSV Gluttony. Looking to close things out here and send themselves through to finals. But if the last two games are anything to go off of, it might be one that has us absolutely enthralled.
Yeah, enthralled would be a way of words of putting that, I suppose. Especially between the drafts. Lucian Renata won that game. That is something that happened. But let's talk about that last game while we're getting through the bans here, for the most part staying the same. Avi here, which I believe is actually the correct way. It's not AVI, I believe.
It's probably. I just, for whatever reason, have AVI in my head. So
that's fine. On the Renata, with the hostile takeovers.
Yeah.
Turned around so many fights. Now, near the end, it stopped getting as much value, right? But it doesn't matter. Did their work as much as possible to actually give Excessive even a chance in the game, as it's a first pick Sivir here. B1 Sivir, there's a lot of things out already that, kind of annoying against Sivir, I suppose, or into Sivir. But we'll be the Tristana, which is flexible. I've seen Watercat play this as well.
Okay.
So keeping their 80 carry options flexible. Now, Ashe is available. One of the things that is a bit difficult for the Sivir to play against, but looking like some dive comps coming through here for Syndicate. As last game, it was something. That last game draft was something. The J4 top did not pay off at all. Maokai now will be the selection here, potentially for discrepancy. Avi as well. Wow. So yeah, some flexibility coming through from Excessive.
Multiple options that they can slow either way. Discrepancy though is a bit of an Amumu player. Has played it before, especially last week against Fools 5 Royals. I think also Avi. Wait, no, Avi. My brain, dude. This. Wait, no. Hold on. Wait, brain. Hello. What? I'm insane. I'm losing it. I'm losing. These last two games have absolutely cooked my brain, Ozzy. Avi has played the Maokai support. There.
Okay, there you go.
I don't know why that was so hard to say.
W Isaac.
I finally figured things out. Avi plays for XSV, guys. It's crazy. I figured out who's on the rosters. I don't know. But the point is that considering where they've played before, I would suspect it's probably going to be the Amumu jungle. It's probably going to be the Maokai and support. At least historically, that's what it has been for XSV. But through all of my struggles, the second round of bans have come through. Ziggs, Cassiopeia, York, and Alawi not going to be available for these two teams.
Yeah, and also, right, you do need to take into account that this is Watercat on the Morgana. And funnily enough, the Vladimir into Morgana will still get stunned by her ult.
Yeah.
So, anything that's attached, as Nar coming through here for CZI, who's honestly really, really had a great series, to be honest. I think CZI has been a very big member towards this XSV winning off, as it will be the Mordekaiser lock-in as counter. Now, Syndicate, I think they have a lot of pieces to pull themselves back in the series. Again, it is 2-1, but it has been pretty back and forth, so they have a lot of good tools to get things going strong for them. A lot of snap engage potential here, but with the Rakan, with a lot of CC follow-up from the Morgana. Xin Zhao is just a consistent jungler, right? Like, what else are you going to say about Xin Zhao? He's just so consistent. He's been in the meta for years at this point. Ever since his Crescent Guard rework. Or I guess since his Champion rework, basically. He's been in the meta, or in and around the meta. Maybe not the best pick at the time, but still there. But we see look like Excessive with a bit of a weirder comp. They have some great team fighting buttons here with the Mumu, with the Gnar. And then Sivir ricochets. But this comp is kind of lowish range from Syndicate, besides the Tristana later in the game. But because it is kind of like skewed as a dive comp, the Tristana will be innately a bit lower range because she is going to try and follow up with her dive. So the Sivir will get a lot of value here if Spaghetti can kind of avoid some of the major mistakes that he has made in this series. Like right-clicking a little bit too far and getting picked off, right? Like that happened on the Jinx, that happened on the Lucian as well last game. If he can avoid that this game and play Sivir, not to her peak, right? Like that's expecting a little bit too much, but pick the Sivir and play her to like 80% of her peak here, it could be very dire for Syndicate.
Also on the side of XSV Gluttony, they've got a lot of scaling options available to them. I mean, the Sivir, the later the game goes on, the Vladimir, the later the game goes on, the amount of damage these two will be able to pump out in these team fights will be incredibly high, all things considered. But on the counter to that, the Tristana, she gets a lot of range with how low XSV Gluttony are. Assuming as this game also goes long, it might be a bit difficult for Gluttony to be able to collapse down onto Maj.
I agree. I think that as well, a lot of writing here for me, like on Watercat. I think Watercat has had a very quiet series comparatively to what we usually see out of him. Maj has been playing stellar in every single game, no matter what, but needs a little bit of help. Kang waking up way more last game on the Lilia, almost put off a stellar performance to win them that game, just wasn't enough. But Nubili here on the Mordekaiser, this is do or die for Nubili. I mean, obviously the stat line, the score line of this game does say so, but again, Nubili has been very quiet in this series, not really doing that well. Even in the Yord game, had some decent Call of the Forge Gods in the early game, but after that, maybe mistiming headbutting the ult back, putting himself in a position to get stunned out of it as well. So Nubili has to step up here. This is a big game for Syndicate Catgirls because it is their elimination game. They are, down match point. So they do need to win this one, and then the next one after that. To move on to the finals. And just an update about another Syndicate team. They did actually win against TMG Demon Hunters. So if you are not tuned into that broadcast, there's your little update. So the series is now 2-1 for them as well. But I'm excited to see both of these comps play out. I think the Vladimir is an X Factor. I think BKB has been the X Factor for Excessive this series in general.
But especially in games 2 and 3, specifically was a few of those moments, the amount of damage this guy was doing in those later game fights was, excessive. And, excuse me, jeez, don't know why I'm a bit gassy, but it really has been the focus of these later team fights and putting it on a champion that starts to do so much later in the game, like the Vladimir, assuming that XSV can be able to get there, which, I mean, 2 out of 3 games, it has gone forever. Could be really, really beneficial for Excessive.
Yeah, Vlad is going to be able to scale quite nice, and he's playing into a comp that is coming into him, right? Like, Vlad really struggles when teams can get the kite away from him, but when they're coming to him, it's much less of a problem because he is short-ranged, so he is kind of bound by his summoner spells a lot, especially in things like solo queue where you're running Flash Ghost, needing to burn basically both every single team fight to try and win it. But into a comp like this, where that's going to be coming into you, you don't need to engage by yourself, right? Like, they'll come to you. It's just going to come down to patience.
Yeah, and if you can isolate a few targets out, especially key ones like Spaghetti, namely, I've seen time and time again, especially on Spaghetti, stepping up a little bit too far forward a few times into the face of Nubili on the Mordekaiser could definitely be a point of contention for Syndicate Catgirls to leverage to send them through to Game 5, but it's taken us a little bit here because we do have a pause, a little bit of technical issues going on here in Game 4. As we wait for that to come through and looking at perhaps sending it to a break because the technical issues seem to be a little bit bigger than previously expected. And so while We're waiting for that to go through. We will actually send it to that break for the pause. Wait for things to figure themselves out, and we'll be bringing you Game 4 between Syndicate Catgirls and XSV Gluttony when we come back from this short break. And the issues have been resolved. We are finally loaded onto the Rift of Game 4 here in the Titan Conqueror League semifinals for a match point game to the side of XSV Gluttony, looking to close things out here and send themselves through to the finals. But considering how games 2 and 3 have gone, Ozzy, it's just a bit preemptively, it could get very messy very quickly.
Yes, it can get very out of hand for either team. Even though, we were talking about excessive needing to kind of scale up a little bit. Any kind of overplay or any kind of overstep or overplay from Syndicate can very quickly go in the way of XSV getting some gold on the Vladimir or the Sivir, which is definitely not what you want. As BKB just shoving that minion out the way. I guess we got big body Vladimir in here.
Just starting things off very interestingly. Then his minion arrived a little bit later, but importantly, with these games starting early on and the 5-point coming through finally over, junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map. Conqueror on the top side, going to the bot. Meanwhile, Discrepancy going from bot to top.
Yes. I do worry that, they are going to get lane shove here, bot lane, because of Sivir W being so good at getting shove. That maybe this... I mean, it might bounce. Like, it actually might be able to stabilize here for excessive, so they don't necessarily need to worry about Sin's out. Nice trade from PKB, though. One of the biggest things about playing Vladimir is you want to trade your HP bar for their mana bar. As long as you're doing that quite all right, you're doing well. So, already starting off quite good. Morgana doesn't have the best early game, though, as a mid laner. Needs a couple levels in the W before she can really start playing the lane. So, one of the rare cases where the Vladimir actually gets to bully out to champ.
Yeah, because obviously Felice is going to need a few levels before he can really start to push things out here. But as soon as Felice does have access to the ability to just drop the W on the wave and clear it out with one ability, it does open up options for this Morgana to move around the map. The amount of utility that Morgana brings between the extremely long Dark Binding and the spell shield that she gets, or the black shield, more like it's a magic damage shield as well, -1 going through. But the amount of extra utility that the Morgana can bring, and the fact that it can basically be in any sort of fight that breaks out, is very impactful and could be the thorn in the side of XSV. Come in around level 5, level 6-ish.
Yeah, so surely Discrepancy will gank top lane. No Mega Bar, though, for CZI.
Will land the bandage toss. Does get that first to move, but straight back into the mid lane. BKP in a little bit of trouble. Does have access to the pool. Will get himself out for a little bit now, but the knockup lands onto BKP. Has to flash away from Conqueror. And so now there's a target on the back of BKP, being a little bit vulnerable without the summoner spell available to him.
Yeah, with the nerf phase rush, not able to get out far enough, so it does have to burn the flash. I do wonder if the Wind Becomes Lightning was actually going to do enough damage there. Would have need to do about 200 damage with the stab, which not sure that would have done, but regardless. Respect from BKP. Better to respect and not die than chance it and die, so... And should be able to sustain himself through the lane. It is Vladimir after all. As having no problems, as you actually see the HP hasn't reset yet. Morgana has. Watercat... Very important game for himself to perform here. Much needed. Had some great moments on the Talia. Pretty good seismic shoves coming through. But ultimately not able to do enough. Avi is fine. Grand Entrance will miss, as I do want to say that that with the opposite pathing as BKB does get
the bird. Oh, that's a Surprising amount of damage dropping down onto BKP, especially when you face tank a dark binding. The amount of damage that pool can do from Aquaphilius will definitely be able to threaten, not really kills, but at the very least poke out BKP, who does have access to teleport. Will utilize that to be able to immediately come back to lane, but still early signs are positive to the Water Cat.
Yeah, this is around the time Morgana really starts to do some damage, get some points in the W. Priority here around the Drake for Syndicate. Nubili, though, is dropping some defensive wards here down on the top side. So Discrepancy will find nothing, and I think maybe for the first time this series, Syndicate get the first Drake ever.
I think so. I know
think
it's definitely
excessive.
the case in 2 and 3. We're definitely going the way of excessive. But I can't quite remember game 1 at this point. D-Shot going to take 2. Saplings to the face. Avi not going to put Shellacking forward, knowing that King Heron is just nearby.
Level 6 coming through for Kang here. As pretty quiet. Honestly, this game is a lot quieter. Like, even the Jinx Smolder game was more crazy. But I guess both teams probably starting to get a little bit tired. Definitely don't want to throw your finals appearance risk, to the moon. So you definitely want to kind of just play a bit more reserved here. And it really does benefit Excessive kind of playing reserved, right? They do have these scaling laners here between the Civ and Vladimir. That's why we've already seen Discrepancy actually pathing towards topside to try and get this Gnar ahead in some fashion. But now, Recall coming through here on the top side for the Gnar. We'll be using the Zeus skin.
Yep.
As Grubs.
And Grubs are spawning relatively soon. 22nd. Avi and Discrepancy in the mid lane. Just D-Shot on the side of the Catgirls. No one truly fully committing to a fight here. Aquaphilius doing a really good job with the black shield to ensure that the Twisted Advance doesn't find a snare. And so with that, we all back away. Once again, Grubs are on the map now and are potentially available. BKP not going to have any sort of way to contest the push of Aquaphilius when he drops down the Tormented Shadow onto the wave. But now Discrepancy, the target of King Heron, is going to have the black shield on him as well. Binding finds its way onto Avi, but not a lot of damage just yet available to the side of Syndicate. They flash forward on side of XSV. They look to take down Aquaphilius, but the ult finds its way down onto 2. Curse of the Sad Mummy stuns up the Morgana. First blood goes the way of XSV, but this fight isn't done just yet. King Heron pushing forward, trying to get Discrepancy low. King Heron going to eventually have to flash away from AV and CZI, so eventually it goes back 1-for-1. Both mid laners taken down.
Yeah, 1-for-1 here does benefit Excessive a little bit better. Because you are getting that Vladimir head since the kill did go his way. Now the thing is CZI just not able to have the Mega Bar or the positioning in time there. But they are going to try and collapse on this. Nubili has ult.
Twisted Advance goes forward onto D-Shot. The charm from the Swiftness finds way onto multiple members. Going to escape now. Battle dancing away. King Heron gets a kill into Avi. CZI not going to land the Gnar. And so now King Heron onto BKP. Binding lands. There's nowhere left to go for the Vladimir. Maybe they could trade back King Heron. He's healing up. Not quite enough. But Syndicate Catgirls get exactly what they came for. Nubili flashes forward to ensure CZI gets burned away.
And CZI, with a very massive blunder, misses the ult, going for D-Shot, but D-Shot's out of the fight. There's no reason to chase there. You should just try and focus on what's in front of you. But an excellent turnaround on the extended team or skirmish there from Syndicate. That's infinitely more kills off that play. The Mordekaiser now with Rylai's completed at 10 minutes.
Maybe in trouble. Drags AVI with him. Buster Shot sends the Maokai under the tower, but he still survives, and Madge gets a reset on the rocket jump and is able to get out. This very daring move from Madge to try to get AVI in a bunch of trouble in the 2v1, and now as D-Shot arrives, Syndicate Catgirls might look for a little bit more. Holding on to the grand entrance is D-Shot, playing very patiently, decides to wait things out and doesn't push their luck any further.
All right, I'm a little scared here for Excessive, but they've been in this position before, so don't want to say it's over or anything, but now it's Mordekaiser, right? With a Rylai's into a Gnar. So the stat checking champ is going to stat check this Gnar a little bit harder. And you really do have to think about this. Sivir being such short range puts her in really big threat against something like the Mordekaiser, who, you know, her only really tool is that move speed, but when it's slowed so often by the Rylai's, it can be very difficult. No blood mist here in the mid lane for PKP, so potential gank being set up here from Syndicate.
The PKP has their flash back up. It's been a while since he first used it. And Drake has spawned up, trying to use that extra pressure to be able to push out the mid lane to get advantage in terms of positioning on this Drake. Started up by the side of the Catgirls. Avi trying to hold their interest a little bit, but the recall getting started up by Discrepancy. That second Drake of the game going to the side of the Catgirls.
Yeah, will be the Ocean Soul here. Not a lot of poke from either team, but Vladimir with Ocean Soul probably won't be complaining. Same thing with Mordekaiser. Just overall, just a generally good soul. You're not really going to complain too much about the regen. So you can always make use out of said regen. So now, the thing about this is Spaghetti down in CS, not really that active, and we have kind of seen that trend as the Q is like really just not working on the spectator there, tripping out on BKB.
BKB was having a bit of a dance there. Looked funny, but still, once again, say it many of times, but Aquafelice is pushing out these waves, trying to push BKP under his tower, and then, you know, you push out the wave, you look around a little bit more, see if you can do anything, then go back to what you have been doing all the while. Discrepancy going to be spotted out in the bot lane, not going to be able to successfully gank. Out here, Syndicate Catgirls, and just wait around a little bit longer. We do have the Rift Herald spawning in the next 2 minutes, though.
Yeah, that will be a point of contest for these teams, as it has been all night long. I know it has seemed like it was been so far. BKP actually.
Yeah, in trouble, spotted out by Kang Heron. He'll do his best to heal back up, but he can only do so much to get away. Followed up, Kang Heron with a few more auto attacks gets the kill down onto BKP.
So the thing is like Discrepancy needs to be covering his mid laner. Like they've been punishing BKP the last 2 games here in the mid lane, but Discrepancy on a Moo. Where is he doing? Like he's just waddling around doing nothing on the champ. Like you have to gank. Your champ is not like designed around hyper farming. And just not covering anything in the way here in mid lane means that his Vladimir falls to 1 and 3, and BKP, who has been having such phenomenal performances, specifically, you know, last 2 games on the Hui and the Mel. The Mel got punished quite a bit and was able to bounce back, but you don't really have the range like you did on the Mel or the utility on Vladimir. So you do need to try and play around this as like potential dive maybe coming in against Madge or like a play set up here.
But King Heron has arrived to help out his ADC. A few more artifacts coming through. Rocket Jump will dodge things out, but he's very squishy. Spaghetti gets the kill onto Mash. He's pushed things a bit too far. Now King Heron would have to do his best to get away. He is a few levels up on everyone around him, so he is fine. But a very good gank coming through by XSV to punish an over-aggressive match.
Yeah, it's actually there's a fight going on in the mid-river here. BKP is just dead, I think.
Oh, yeah, up.
Like, again, I mean, they find a good play bot lane, so props here, but Watercat with the pink.
Oh,
really,
yeah.
just BKB, what can you do, man? You're stunned, and you can't Q, so.
Whew.
I need some Merc Treads.
Love the CC.
Might need some Merc Treads coming in from the lad, maybe a little bit earlier than normal. actually goes for the Lucidity boots, so can't say I'm a fan about that. But definitely, like, I think you're looking at this game, like, Merc Treads for sure, maybe, but disagrees with me. As discrepancy here. Gotta get rooted up.
Good biting from Watercat. Discrepancy burned down once again, taken very low at a key timing as Rift Herald is on the map and the next strike spawning in about a minute. It's not a good time to be losing a large chunk of your health there.
No, it is not. We'll be able to heal up some. It's actually going to hit a reset here. And something that, you know, is plaguing XSV here is this Morgana, right? Watercat's been performing so well on it ever since it kind of like shown up in the meta. And they opted to ban away his Zoe. But like in truth, right? Like Zoe is not that big of a deal for Vlad. You just kind of sit there and AFK farm. You are outranged by the Zoe, which makes it really annoying, but you don't really need to deal with anything in the way of like you're getting CC'd for 8 years, you know? Like that's something that really punishes Vladimir, as Herald will for sure go the way of Excessive, as I think they will trade Herald for Drake here to open up the map. Never mind. They are going to try.
Oh, they're going to rush back over to the bot lane on the side of the Catgirls, knowing that the Drake spawns in 5 seconds. They want to stack up these Drakes. Those Drakes hold on. Nature's Grasp going to be used up. Only going to find its way onto D-Shot, who uses the Black Shield and body blocks Watercat. Grand Entrance finds way forward. D-Shot has to flash away and is layered. The CC will pop the Swiftness to get out. And he does. King Heron goes forward. King Heron separates everyone out with a Crescent Guard. But the collapse down onto D-Shot and to Og Police gets 2 kills over to BKP. He's healing up. He's doing a bunch of damage. King Heron on the backside of this fight also does quite a bit to be able to take this one relatively even. Rift Herald now picked up by Nubly. The dash forward from King Heron doing the best to get the goal onto BKP, but not without trading it back over onto Madge. Finally, they get the kill onto BKP, but you're talking about BKP not having a great time up until now. Well, with a fight like that is precisely what XSV ordered.
Yeah, but like the issue is Morph wasn't even there. Like he's over there soloing the Rift Herald. So the fight is losing for Excessive in a 4v5, which again is kind of comp differences. They are a little bit weaker here as we move towards the mid game, but again, 5v4 and they still come out of it behind. Much needed kills to PKB, which is the saving grace in that fact. We'll be able to play around this Drake. CZI, look, he's losing so much in this top side, by the way. Like having to be here.
Oh, Twisted Advance goes forward though onto Watercat and D-Shot. They do have a lot of ability to just get away though. As you mentioned, 5v4 in advantage of XSV, but they are committing a lot of time to the spot lane. Twisted Advance once again goes onto King here and gets the Crescent Guard out of the Xin Shao, who actually looks forward, continue to collapse onto Avi, getting very low, but all these members here, Nature's Grasp will drop down. Teleport coming in from Nubly, and the rest of XSV back off away from the Drake. They get first tower up there in the top lane. They get the 3rd Drake of the game, put themselves on soul point, and the Catgirls once again are looking dominant in the early game.
Yeah, and it's another massive blunder from Excessive. Like, no, CCI with teleport is not catching top lane. BKB with teleport isn't catching top lane. And now, look, they're going to get another tower here, potentially, on this next wave. Dark Binding will hit, but maybe not. They are sticking around here for this. They genuinely do want to try for this tower.
They are looking to push it in. They do have the wave cleared to be able to slowly whittle it down eventually. All the while in the bot lane, they are committing Nubly with the Rift Herald to be able to try to completely open up the outer portion of this map of XSV. Could pop that at any point in time, but Spaghetti does have quite a bit of wave clear. Will do his best to keep Nubly at arm's length to keep their last outer turret alive.
Yeah, I think the issue here, right, is XSV kind of getting out macroed a bit here by Syndicate. As the Catgirls with the Atacon spawn now. Getting so much gold. Look at this, like, spacing from Madge as well. Doing so much damage now on this Tristana into the Vlad. 2 Qs will heal that damage basically back up, though, so... Rapidons is on the menu for the Vladimir soon. Sivir still working towards the 3rd item with the triple dagger. As, again, this Vladimir with teleport, they will drop another tower here. So, I'm not quite sure what's going on with Excessus, like, lane assignments, but it is really falling apart now. They've lost all 3 towers with no answer whatsoever. Atacon being started up.
Yeah, they're 5.5k gold down. Otacon started up, but those resistances shreds could be a deciding turning point. CZI already in mega form, and it is taken away very quickly. It'll lose out on the Gnar ultimate just about now. Twisted advance. I mean, Nature's Grasp coming through. We'll find the snares down onto a few targets. There's no way XSV can follow up on that. And actually, the extra move speed from Conqueror on the Scuttle Crab will pop the Crescent Guard. He may have pushed too far forward, but the spell shield keeps himself alive. He heals so much with the Sundered Sky. The Aqua Police may have gone a bit too far forward and is trying to burn down. Actually, the W does so much damage, burns things over. The collapse from BKP and Avi not nearly going to do enough to the back line. It's a clean fight for Syndicate. Catgirls over XSV. An ace without losing any members here at 22 minutes is exactly what they needed to push this game even further. Rift Herald available to them as well. It's looking relatively doomed for the side of XSV, if we're being completely frank.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Isaac. They just gave over so much free gold for 0. Like, they just are doing nothing and just watching their towers go down. Both, like, CZI, you know, didn't know the Herald was going, or sorry, the Atacon was going on, so pops Mega at a very inconvenient time for Excessive, and the Sivir Vladimir not scaling quick enough as Syndicate pushed their lead forward to about 10,000 gold.
Jeez.
But again, the biggest issue about this, right, is it's because of their macro. Like, they wouldn't be in the spot if they had just simply macroed. They have, like, Vladimir not opting for the Ghost this game has the teleport. But, like, in reality, right, CCI and this Vladimir have had teleport for so long, while this Mordekaiser has just been in the side lane, just taking tower after tower for free. And it just puts them in such a massive deficit to try and climb themselves out of. It will be the largest deficit, I think, in general. Like, I don't think a single game has had
fairly sure
games.
That sounds correct. I would almost go, without having the numbers in front of me, I would go on to say that that is indeed correct, because about 10k gold to the side of Syndicate Catgirls is a bit of an untenable situation for the side of Gluttony. We'll pop the Nature's Grasp forward. They'll do their best to start up this fight, but Conqueror goes in. He's a bit separated, but the Crescent Guard denies any sort of damage dropping down onto the Sin Shao. Now the rest of the Catgirls have arrived. They won't quite find the Ghost just yet. Noobly goes over the wall. Will send Spaghetti to the death realm. There's any damage. The Gnar is big, but there's no damage following it up. Madge is left completely alone. Firing auto attack after auto attack into the side of XSV Gluttony. It's another clean ace, and with the push in the mid wave, it's a very, very dominant game 4 going the way of the Catgirls.
Well, you asked for faster games, and here we are, Isaac. 24 minutes is gonna do it. Maybe 25. Nah, I won't even make it to 25. It'll be just around 24, 30. So, well played. Syndicate with our first very dominant game coming through. And maybe this is why you don't give over Morgana to Watercat. I think, like, banning away the Zoe was such a trap. Like, it had got so much value here. It shut out your Maokai in a lot of plays, right? Like, I'm really not happy with this like draft from XSV or their macro. I think their macro is really what lost them the game. We could talk about the draft all we want, but in reality, they gave over 3 tier 1s for free, 0 answer to any of them. Discrepancy on the Amumu is getting out ganked by a Xin permanently all game long. And Kang and Watercat, you know, talked about them stepping up, and man, did they step up in this game.
Yeah, it's I mean, the 13k gold lead by the time the Nexus went is pretty indicative of how this game had gone. Syndicate Catgirls, yeah, like fair play, just ran the show. Their backs were up against the walls. They needed to win to send us 2 silver scrapes, and they in fact did, in which we'll be bringing that to you after this silver scrapes break. We'll be seeing you in just a few short moments. And we are back for the final time tonight here in our semi-final in Conqueror League between the Syndicate Catgirls and XSV Gluttony. The Catgirls doing a really good job, showing a really dominant performance there in Game 4 to be able to bring us to this final decisive moment, and they're looking to, well, pick up on that performance to advance themselves to the finals.
Yeah, I don't know what it was last game for Excessive, but a complete falling out as we're going to get into the draft for game number 5 in our little Silver Scrapes match here, per usual, since Isaac is casting.
Yeah. You know, sometimes the League of Legends gods say game 5 for you, and it just happens every single time. But starting out the draft of this game 5, the bans are looking fairly similar. Don't expect those to change all too much. Watercat famously not going to be allowed to play the Vagar, as well as Nocturne, and Zac getting taken off. Still looking like it won't change too much. So coming into this one, Ozzy, I mean, what specific things are you looking for, like picks wise, between these two teams?
Well, I might call my shot here. I think we might get a control mage potentially for Watercat.
No.
I know, really hot take. Might see that come through. Pick wise though, there's a lot of good things that are already taken off the board. The Wukong, the Xin Zhao are all off the table. You've had things like the Skarter, the Viego that are gone. So jungle, I think, might be the most pinched, but there's the Ashe. I think Ashe is in a good spot right now. She has the, like, she has the consistency of being Ashe. She's like a bottom A tier champ. A lot of utility, a lot of CC. And then the Kai'Sa answer. Kai'Sa, of course, getting nerfed a bit ago with her base armor, making her lane phase much more brutal. Nautilus is off the table. Maybe a Leona here coming through for Excessive would maybe be appreciated. Will be Nico. So Kai'Sa Nico is also a pretty standard pairing as well. But you do need to worry about something like the Ashe Braum, which is still available. Somehow, Braum has gone to game 5, but it will be Ashe Seraphine instead.
Okay.
Ashe Seraphine instead.
Right.
I will mention it, by the way. Nico is technically flexible. If your mid laner is willing to pick it up.
BKP has played it before. Yes. So, just last week as well.
So if this is like a Kai'Sa Braum, which not necessarily the best pairing for the Kai'Sa in lane, but it does do quite well into things like the Seraphine. Maybe this could be it, but it will be the Vi. Vi is the last of the holy trinity of bruiser junglers here left available. That's actually something we saw a lot in LPL, actually, where they would see Vi, and that's actually what dissuaded Vi initially, was Nefiri getting popular. because you can't alter the juggler, as it turns out. So picking the juggler is impossible. So getting rid of the Neferi is a good shout. And no Morgana is available, so that's off the table as well because they picked it last game. Maybe some hidden tech from Excessive say, yeah, we'll let Watercat get the Morgana and we'll just lose, so we can pick Vi.
Yeah, and also there's a decent few.
Why did they ban Tom Kench? Can we pause?
Anything?
Oh, I guess okay. Well, it's because Watercat plays Seraphine mid. All right, I was like, man, this Tom Kench, this ban feels so wasted, but never mind. I get it.
Their way, Gragas will be the lock-in for XSV Gluttony, going with the very explosive sort of engage on the side of XSV. So much layering. You press R with a few of these champs, with the Gragas, with the Vi, with the Nico. You layer up this CC, there's nowhere to go. But on the side of Syndicate Catgirls, they lock in the Braum for themselves. You said how Watercat plays the Seraphine. Well, he'll be on it this game.
Yep. Nice little shout for me. W ball knowledge about Watercat. I've only been watching
and we're talking about the flexibility of this Nico and how BKP has played it last week.
No, okay, it doesn't matter. We're picking Leona into Braum. Like, can we be for real?
No, that's a choice.
Like, of all champs you could pick here, you pick Leona. You have things like the Rel, you have things like, you know, Alistar is still available. He's literally not got picked the entire time, which is better into the Braum than the Leona is, but they land on the Leona.
But have you considered how bad it's going to feel as a Catgirl if you get CC'd and slowly whittled down, and the layer, you just get killed by the layer of CC. You just have to watch your health bar slowly get chipped away by the Leona, by the likes of the Gragas. The amount of ability to just say no is quite immense on the side of XSV Gluttony. But outside of the Kaisa, it's a little bit concerning on how low the damage XSV's comp does have to them.
Hey, this will be a Nico with resources, so she'll be able to do a little bit of damage herself. Throw some respect, okay? It's not like support Nico, who does no damage, right? She will have resources this game. BKB, of course, has been the biggest factor for XSV winning. Yes. Some early level 1 stuff happening though for the first time in this series from Catgirls.
Yeah, they're roaming around. Discrepancy. You'll see Conqueror walking forward. Just walks over to the safety of his tower. It's looking like it was maybe a little bit scary, but BKB not pushing their luck there. And the response from Gluttony, they didn't move into the jungle on the bot side to answer this ward that gets placed down. Of course, as I say, the Conqueror is very low.
Oh, the flash forward Spaghetti!
Doesn't quite get the kill. Finally, it gets given over, but Spaghetti will be traded back in return. And the concussive blows go down onto Avi, and immediately it's a 2-for-1 trade up for Syndicate Catgirls.
Why would you ever do that into Braum? Braum is one of the best champions level 1 when playing in those skirmishes. Excessive. Yes, you got a kill on your Leona, by the way. 4-2. You wasted both your summoner spells here on the Kaisa and your Leona. Very gankable now is this bot lane, where the Pantheon also pairs well with the Braum because you only need to tag them, and as long as he has the empowered W, getting those auto attacks will instantly stun immediately after the fact if he knows how to hold the auto attacks from the W.
Yeah,
so
the empowered shield vault counts as auto attacks, and so if you get tagged with the Winter's Bite, the stun immediately follows up, and the CC is extended slightly. Because, well, the initial stun from the shield vaults is also one for themselves, and it does set things up very well for Maj to follow through, especially with the amount of soft CC that he has as Ashe. The slows available to him means that anytime they go forward, it'll be nigh on impossible for Gluttony to escape.
Vi is already here on the bot side, as Voidseeker will miss, but again, Kaisa It's really, really important to get started early or have a good lane phase. And so far on the back foot here against Maj, who has had a stellar series across the board. You know, won't even fault him for the Tristana last game, because what can he do? His team's already winning the game so hard without him. So,
Spaghetti! Yeah, he's gone too far forward. That's Feats of Warfare given over. Maj gotten
the
very
level
low.
up.
Will heal up with the level up. And so the attempt from Avi to be able to trade the kill back around is unsuccessful. It's also a good step away from the Zenith Blade. 2v2 kill in the bot lane going the way for Syndicate Catgirls.
Yeah, I think Excessive, what are you doing? You cannot fight. You cannot fight as Leona Kaisa into an Ashe Braum. They will just beat you every single time. And they disrespected again, and this bot lane is now starting to get out of hand here. Discrepancy, I think, also, like, you're playing a Vi, so you do need to get active early, so might be able to find something bot lane here. I'm just shocked. CZI able to avoid this gank for now. I'm just shocked that they go, like, honestly, even playing, like, Nico into Braum isn't even that bad. Sure, he can block your route, but it's got to be better than this Leona, in my mind. But backs coming through for both junglers. The Vi already back on the map, but Discrepancy hasn't really been able to find these, like, early game ganks that Kang has so far throughout the series that I'd really like to see out of him. Like Discrepancy needs to get started early, and it's going to be Triforce Vi. Yeah, that's
it's a choice. Sundered Sky, typically the go-to build for all the most meta junglers, as it has been for most this year. The extra kills you get from it are just a bit too much to ignore. Instead, Discrepancy will get a bit of an extra oomph in his punch in these coming fights earlier on. I think overall, I mean, the first item, or the first recall, might feel a bit better with the Sheen. Maybe.
Newsflash, it doesn't. It doesn't, by the way.
It doesn't? Okay, well, I mean, I was trying to cope, and I was trying to figure out what the mindset for Discrepancy was going to be. I was thinking maybe Discrepancy looks for a fight right now with the extra power of the Sheen, but, I mean, I'm coping, man. I'm trying to get into the mindset what Discrepancy might be going for. But
now the thing is like Triforce, maybe he recognizes that, hey, maybe we have a little bit less damage, so thinks he needs to carry the damage a little bit here on the Vi. But first Drake, once again, we'll go over to Syndicate, because there's no way this bot lane is contesting the being this far behind, but I don't know, like, excessive Discrepancy, surely.
Don't do this, man. Please, you don't want this. You do not want this Discrepancy, and he's starting to recall. No, he canceled. Okay, Discrepancy, just walk out. Discrepancy. Discrepancy. He's going to be tagged up by the Winter's Bite. Will hop on out of there, but I mean, he spends so much time looking around the Drake when there's no real chance to contest, and I feel like his time could have been better utilized elsewhere.
Yeah, Spaghetti. Like, okay, see, this is just Avi cannot roam here, right? If like Sin choose to dive this, it would be the best play possible, but they're not going to. Forces Kaisa down even harder, but won't be happening. So Spaghetti avoids potential disaster here on an Avi rotate that likely shouldn't have happened. But that's okay. Is here for the grubs. Now, does it do anything is the question. Can they do something here in this top side? The Urgot already with a pretty decent lead in CS here in the top side against the Gragas. As the back from Avi, he's level 3. Like, you are level 3, man.
The collapse is coming through. Discrepancy and BKP are looking to move down onto D Shop. The Unbreakable goes up. Encore not quite finding anybody. D-Shot taken low,
dead.
but On around Avi. I mean, Avi's eventually going to die, surely, on the wrong side of this map. Flashing over the wall, and now the Fear Beyond Death. We were looking at Avi a bit too much because Nubly gets the Fear Beyond Death down onto Discrepancy. So even though it wasn't the original target we were looking for, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow finding its way, finds the stun. Nubly dashes forward. Avi does finally get killed. It's 6-1 to the Catgirls. It took them 4 games to wake up and to lock in for this series, but they are ready to go here at the end of this semifinal in Conqueror League.
I mean, excessive. What is going on? Your mid laner has 0 mana. You're trying to force a play. Avi is level 3, still at 8 minutes. This is like watching Elise support from the Elise support meta who got solo killed a billion times, right? Like, oh, the damage coming in from Spaghetti, no killer instinct. Discrepancy will pick up a freebie
here. It will cease and desist onto Madge. We'll get a shutdown, at the very least, giving themselves quite a bit of gold. So 1 answer back from XSV for those unanswered kills, but all the while, Kang Herin will have a teleport coming out through to help him out. We believe that'll be Nubly eventually arriving, and he does. So this Pantheon, despite being a bit of trouble earlier there, it'll be able to recall and get out of there.
Yeah, like, I mean, so they find a freebie on the Ashe. That's the benefit here for excessive, but Discrepancy, my friend,
Discrepancy
you're dead.
Trying to steal away a red buff, but will not be able to escape from Matt and D-Shot. 7th kill of the game, going over to Syndicate Catgirls, and I don't like when I say that there's been a mental boom, but it really does feel like there's just been a really big mental boom from XSV.
I mean, yeah, like the performance from games 3 and 4, you know, back and forth, it just feels night and day. Or like game 4 kind of, you know, was very dominant. Games 2 and 3 is what I was trying to reference. It feels like a completely different XSV that we're watching. Like, it surely isn't draft gap. Like that's not it. It is genuinely the execution happening here, and the thought process that is going on. But I don't know what's going on for XSV. But enough about that. Let's talk about the winning team here. Syndicate having a phenomenal game so far. Specifically Maj, who's again shown up all series long and is not slowing down anytime soon. On the Ashe 3-1 and 3, and Nubly, I think for the first time this series, impressing me on the Urgot 2-0.
Having a very positive impact on the game. All of the Catgirls have woken up from their cat nap that they've been having the last, well, not the last 2 games, it's in 2 and 3, but as soon as they have refound their energy, and as soon as they are, it's just been all coming up the way of the Syndicate Catgirls. And I mean, earlier on here, they're already 2k gold up at 11 minutes. We've also got a decent amount of scaling. Spaghetti going out to flash away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not quite hitting the mark. D-Shot going to have a great Glacial Fissure to slow things down. Kang Herin goes over the wall. Pop Blossom going to find only 1. Madge in trouble, has to flash over the wall to get away, but the first kill goes over onto Spaghetti, and the Catgirls find the fight. Aqua Felis doing a decent chunk of damage down onto Discrepancy. Going to find 3 kills for nothing, going the way of the Catgirls. It's been a very successful game 5 for them, expanding their lead even further with the kills, with now their 2nd Drake of the game as well. Feats already claimed at 12 minutes to just add a little bit more to their extra, well, I suppose, feats in this game. Achievements to change things up.
Yeah, certainly is a way to put it. I think, so yeah, Syndicate is just running over this game, much like they ran over last game. They are almost 4,000 gold up at 12 minutes. The Ashe, like, a big factor as well for excessive in that last fight is, yes, the Kaisa is behind the Ashe, right? So she doesn't have as much damage, but they're all going on different people. Like, Kaisa's hitting Maj, like, the Pop Blossom is not connected. Pretty sure Vi doesn't even ult the Ashe that fight. Like, Excessive as Avi is dead.
Avi's gone in, but the rest of the Catgirls have arrived, or the bottom half of the Catgirls have arrived. Conqueror going to pick up the 11th kill of the game over to the Catgirls, nearly averaging a kill a minute for the Catgirls alone. And now sitting up around 4K golds at 13 minutes is not ideal. Discrepancy is do the best it can to be able to get something back, but Nubly just wanders down, and the time discrepancy moves into this jungle is more time wasted and lost for this jungler. Just not really having all that great of a time here. Well, neither really any of the excessive members.
Oh, Syndicate picking up some more plates here in the bot lane as Avi is on the flank here. It's seen by 8 wards.
Don't
give or
really
take.
know if they even want this anyway. Solar Flare doesn't land onto anybody. Zenith's Blade follows D-Shot. They're trying to set things up for a late arrival to BKP, but it's a too early from Avi. There's nothing that the Neoko can do to follow up on that fight to try to turn this game around.
Yeah, again, very good vision control coming out from Sin here as dive in the top side.
Oh, yep. CZI going to be marked by the fear beyond death.
Oh.
They will manage to trade a shutdown back onto CZI, the very least. But he's going to miss out on those wave there in the top lane. And that's probably going to be as well the tower, the top lane going to Catgirls.
Yeah, will be a 1-for-1. Which is a positive play, but here comes the wraparound.
Everyone from XSV are looking for a collapse onto the bot lane. Madge getting the hand up by the Tangled Barbs. D-Shot getting shut down by Spaghetti. Avi going to get the kill onto Madge, so there's still a few signs of life to XSV Gluttony. They're not giving up on this game just yet, but it'll take a lot more plays like that for them to return, to have even a chance of thinking about taking the Nexus of the Catgirls.
Yeah, I mean, they also had to use so much. Also, losing the top tier 1 on top of that. Utilizing BKP's teleport to make a play. It is something. But also, gotta take a look at what they're losing. Avi, still level 6 at 15 minutes here. Only about 1 level down now to D-Shot, which is much better than what it was. So, we'll take that, I suppose. Kang, I think Aegis Assault slows you down when you use it. I believe. So I think he might have lived.
Yes?
I think he might have lived if he just didn't use Z, because it doesn't block tower shots.
No, it does not. That was a change that was made a few years ago.
Yeah, that happened a while ago.
What was it? It was 2021 Worlds, I think. That was the big Pantheon year? Or is it 2020 Worlds? It might have been 2020. Either way, it's still over 3 years ago, regardless of when it was. Conqueror lived, but I don't know how much that'll matter. Glacial Fissure fights way down.
Oh, nice Pop Blossom.
Word from BKP finds a really good Pop Blossom, but the Encore response is able to slow things out. It stops the advance from XSV, and now the retreat away from Catgirls will do their best to get out. Aqua Felice will go down, but Nubly has arrived. Nubly does so much damage at this point in time. CZI, at the very least, will get one back with the explosive cast. Has some fancy feet to try to escape. Won't be able to do so, though, as BKP is the only living member left of XSV.
Nice try. I respect it from CZI. I mean, he's not getting out there, so might as well try and get another kill. But 5-0 here is New Billy on the Urgot as he picks up another tower. And, you know, I don't want to say it, but the writing is there on the wall, I think, for excessive here a little bit. 7K is the gold lead. They have a very large mountain to climb. Avi now chasing Nubily, though. Zenith Blade will hit.
They'll push their luck. Lands the stun, but won't push any further. The rest of XSV are just too far away to follow up on, but it does allow the extra positioning advantage to XSV onto the Drake. They'll start it up. They'll try to burn it down. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds its way forward. D-Shot going up with the Unbreakable. Nubly gets the first kill onto the supports. And that's all she wrote for this fight. Maj will be separated into XSV Gluttony with the explosive cast to be able to get 1 kill back for the side of XSV. But this Drake is in the hands of the Catgirls. Soul point to Syndicate. Flash forward, can't get in. They want more. Spaghetti doing his best to escape. Will overcharge out and is able to get out successfully with the extra flash. But no flash on the Kaisa for these coming fights, as well as another fight going the way in total to the side of the Catgirls. On top of Soul Point is really everything the Catgirls would have ordered outside of maybe perhaps a cleaner fight.
Yeah, I mean, they do lose their 2 backliners, but the biggest issue is Nubilee's now 6-0 on the Urgot, and also Kang is 6-2. So basically, this entire team is a threat. Honestly, even this Braum might be a threat, I think, for the Kaisa. So again, they have to climb an insanely high mountain. As Avi
taken down to half health just by Water Cat alone. The Grand Starfall drops down to BKP. He'll use a Pot Blossom and the Stasis to try to survive a little bit longer, but it won't be long enough. Meanwhile, in the Tri-Brush, another 2 kills go the way of the Catgirls. They were talking about a cleaner fight for them, and they do so just then.
Yeah, we'll lead to their bot tier 2. Now, I was going to ask, does this game end earlier than 24 minutes? But they had Herald there to break through a lot of their towers. Now they don't. They used it a little bit earlier there for that Drake fight.
And Spaghetti, CZI and Spaghetti closing down on Nubly. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to hit the mark, but neither is the explosive cast. Nubly with the Fear Beyond Death secures the kill onto CZI, and Madge is roaming up. Spaghetti has nowhere to go, and that is it for Spaghetti. They've not had a great time on the Kaisa this game. Nubly's gone legendary here in Game 5.
Yeah, and so about the writing being on the wall.
Yeah,
I think it's much more bold. Might be written in bold text.
I feel like the essay is starting to reach its conclusion in this one. Or I mean, people don't really write essays on a wall, but the point still stands. The 10K gold up at 20 minutes for Syndicate Catgirls is. Well, last game we said that we saw a 10K gold lead for the first time, and at about a similar time here in Game 5, it's a very similar situation in favor of the Catgirls. Now with Otacon spawning on the map, you gotta feel the Catgirls probably start this one up immediately. There's not really much XSV can really do to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest factor as well as BKB, has been the biggest factor for XSV in those closer games that they did end up winning. That is not present really here on the Nico, right? Like, you have the Pop Blossom to set up your team, but you're not really the person carrying the damage. Atacon's for free gone because, no way they're contesting that. But Soul spawning in at a minute 41 as well. Very quick Soul as well. So, yeah, Excessive would need quite a few miracles, and maybe a few layups here given over from Sen to even have a foothold as it stands. But
Yeah.
Syndicate Catgirls were one with the throw in games 2 and 3. So.
they were. The throws. I will say the throws were not this monumental, and even though the Catgirls were definitely had advantageous positions in said game 2 and 3, it was not nearly as dominant as they have been these last 2 games. And even with that, XSV just don't really have the wherewithal about them to really do much about it. I mean, the Braum Unbreakable gets so much value on what XSV wants to do when they go in. D-Shot just throws it up and denies anything that there wants on that team, as well as the Conqueror, if when lined up, can do so much for the Catgirls. So not only do they have the gold going against them, of course, Conqueror might have overstepped his bounds, will do his best to deny the damage. He's getting burned down. He's flashing away. He stays alive. And no, they may have just lined up for the rest of the Catgirls to collapse down. It was a valiant effort. You have to try something when you're this far down as XSV, but it's not nearly enough as the Catgirls take yet another fight.
They use so much, and yet they still cannot kill this Pantheon thanks to the Aegis Assault. And they're looking to get this inhibitor and maybe even the game. They will walk away here. So just the inhib. And they will walk to their soul that they so deserve.
Yeah.
As the, you know, 8K, well, sorry. How about 12,000 gold is the lead?
Yep. And that was only 10K 2 minutes ago. And I have to feel that with the way things are going, if trends continue, and there's little to suspect that they won't, this gold advantage will continue to increase for the side of the Catgirls. Will continue to get even further away from XSV. And I mean, I don't even know what else there is to say at this point other than XSV are still technically in it as the Nexus hasn't gone. But, and yeah, other than that, they just need to hold on, and maybe Syndicate don't try to push things as much as they have. It has been a bit slower for the Catgirls, admittedly, than Game 4. And at the very least in Games 2 and 3, they had trouble closing out games from leading positions. Maybe that is the one sign of life that Gluttony have for them, but I mean, at this point, I have to feel that if it is one, it is the only one.
Yeah, I think the only mistake there was, well, you know what? I'll pause.
They might have found a Noobly isolated from the rest of their team in the jungle, so a big shutdown will go the way of Spaghetti. And there's not really too much for the Catgirls to be able to answer with, because BKP knows his team is away and he gets out of there. And one kill, one big shutdown. It goes on to Spaghetti. It's something.
Yeah, I mean, it is something, but it's not enough. I don't think. I'll just keep it a buck. I'll let you be the cope one. I'll be the bad cop.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and that is the step that XSV might need to somehow miraculously come back to this one.
No
Baron
starting
up, as you mentioned, they have no ults, but Syndicate Catgirls are going to back away. They're waiting for Noobly to respawn. He does have teleport. She probably will use any second now. Could go onto any of these wards to try to isolate the members of XSV Gluttony. They will hold onto it for now. They'll go forward. Discrepancy tries to find his way down onto Majin Aqua Felice, but he's gone too far. Conqueror gets that first kill. Teleport will finally now be used by Noobly to cut off the escape of XSV. It's a good grand starfall to split things in half. The explosive cask will at least keep things alive a little bit longer. BKP finally goes down. There's just too much gold. There's too much damage available to the Catgirls. They were looking at the Baron, but now they're looking at the Nexus. They're looking at the finals here for the Catgirls. It took them a while to wake up from their cat nap, but they're finally here. They've shown what they can do in games 4 and 5. It's an utter obliteration of XSV Gluttony here to close out the game. And just to add insult to injury, a few more kills will go the way of the Catgirls to pad their stats, but it's a comprehensive, complete performance from our second seed from Group A.
Yeah, I mean, the Catgirls, complete annihilation on the Rift. This double Seraphine coming out from Watercat and B-Shot in the same game. Playing a different game, I suppose, but anyways, yeah, Catgirls, complete dominance here in the last 2 games of the set. Bit throwy, though, in games 2 and 3. But XSV, man, I can't fathom what my jaw genuinely was on the floor watching what happened early game. It's like, at the end of the day, right, like, it's not the draft. Like, sure, Leona gets countered by Braum, and it's really hard, and we did see that, like, come in to play quite a bit. Because Avi literally could do nothing but die. like they're the ones that flash forward into the Braum level 1. They're the ones that like let Kaisa fall behind so monstrously. But Syndicate punishing them very, very well and swiftly at that.
Yeah.
So yeah, well played to the Catgirls here. I mean, well deserved victory. Hopefully they avoid the throws next week though in the finals.
Yeah, maybe keep their coach's sanity down a little bit. Maybe not make things so difficult for themselves. But as I said, as soon as they came alive in the series in games 4 and 5, I mean, considering how the beginning of the series had gone, the way it ended is just completely different from what we saw. And yeah, I mean, it's a really good note to be ending the series the way they did, to go on and win in such a convincing fashion before the finals, to show that they have something about them, that it wasn't just fluking out a few of these wins, that they weren't just kind of flipping coins and landing on heads. Being able to do what they did is, yeah, very impressive from Syndicate. I am impressed in those last two games.
Well, to wrap us up, as my final thoughts here, I think that Catgirls, again, moving into the finals, definitely need to prevent themselves from throwing, especially when you have as big of a smolder. Again, I will say, right, like, it definitely did feel like some of Syndicate were not kind of present in that game. Nubily really showing up in this very last game here, but majority of the series, I think, definitely a little quiet from him. I think Watercat for sure had a pretty quiet series compared to what we're used to. So, again, if they can avoid that, I think they're going to do just fine in the finals. It's just, again, can't throw 80 times in a row in 2 games.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing them in the finals, and actually the other series going on here in the Conqueror League semifinals is still going on. So as we conclude it here on the second stream of Titan Esports, we want to say goodnight to you, as I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Ozzy. Shiva's been working things in and around behind the scenes, but we will be sending it over to the Syndicate Shadow versus TMT Demon Hunters. Syndicate Shadow looking to complete the reverse sweep in that one. We'll see you over there to see who the Catgirls will be playing up against, whether it's a Syndicate Civil War or if the Demon Hunters pull out all the stops to be able to send themselves through to the finals. Either way, we'll be seeing you over there. Have a good night.
Peace.